It's time for SpringFest, as spring is upon us, and we get to play the most creative theme, with a lot of sarcasm in that sentence, for a springtime season. I don't know what this theme has to do with spring, like at all, but yeah, this is SpringFest, alright. So I'll mention what the theme is here in a second, as we're going to get it here in the news drop. When do you get things done? Is it in morning, afternoon, or night? I don't know what this has to do with springtime. I flat out don't understand this theming, but we are on team night for this. As someone who always streams at night, this makes the most sense for me because I am someone who actually gets more work done during the night personally. So we are on team night for this one. But it is now 24 hours past when the event started, so the halftime report is in, and we can see who is leading the charge into this first half of the event. And it is us, Team Night. Let's go, baby. Putting in that hard work for those night owls. So now Tricolor's open. I don't know what the Tricolor map is for this, because I will be real, I did play some of this already. I just haven't played much. I played for about an hour earlier today of the Splatfest, and I will just say right now, I'm going to apologize for the constant mirror matches tonight, because that's probably going to happen. It seems like Team Night is the popular pick at 60-something%. It's insane. So, kind of like a 50-50 if we fight our own teammates or if we fight other teams in general, from my experience. So Tricolor is Ramen Map and Bluefin Depot. Now, I'm kind of worried about Bluefin, but I did hear that, I don't know if it was this patch or the last patch, but Bluefin Depot actually got a complete overhaul for this specific Splatfest Tricolor stuff, which is great. It didn't get an actual overhaul for anything else, it just had it for the one specific mode in question, which is the one that shows up once every like 3 months. And even then, Bluefin hasn't been a thing for almost a year in Tricolor. It's kind of a random change. There's our hosts all dressed up here for the spring event. They're all in like purple / pink / green attire. Very, very colorful. As always, I love Big Man's outfit the most because it just always pops with his color scheme. And then the world itself is filled with bubbles and decorations here for the springtime. And the sky itself is a nice hot pink. A very nice looking area, as always, for these set events. Let's just run around a bit and just take a look at all of the scenery before we actually jump into our first battle. Now, for the other 2 Splatfests that's happened after Grand Fest here, these special themed ones, the Splatoween event and Frosty Fest were a big deal because the other plaza that was added into the game, like almost 2 years after it came out specifically, which was the Inkopolis Plaza, the one from Splatoon 2. That one actually had brand new elements added to it for these special events, but we've seen what it looks like in springtime over in the Splatoon 2 Plaza at this point. So we're not really seeing anything here in this event we haven't seen like a year ago. So Inkopolis Square will look basically the exact same as it did the last time we did one of these springtime events. I just love the tiki stack with eggs on it. That's just the most Splatoon thing you can think of. Can't just be eggs. Has to be a tiki in there somewhere. There's your Callie Marie performance here. I really don't like how much it has to drift. Like, I'm twisting my hand more and more as I'm trying to look at those 2 hosts and zoom in. There was like a patch at one point that Nintendo outlined they kind of tighten the motion controls when you're looking at one of the hosts via the lobby zoom in thing like this, but I've never really seen a difference. It's still very loose, and it feels like when you're trying to look at someone, you get shaky hand syndrome. Doesn't help. Probably best to turn off motion controls if you're going to stare at the host for too long. There's your disco ball here in the middle of Inkopolis Square. I love this place. It's always so festive. And there's Callie Marie just kind of wearing whatever, really. Like, to me, that's not springtime outfits. That's just let's hang out for a slumber party kind of outfits. But I do believe, like, all these outfits are supposed to be concepts that Callie Marie had. Maybe some unused stuff. Or not Callie Marie. Pearl Marina. I think there were supposed to be some concept pieces from, like, Splatoon 2 that didn't get used. Something like that. I can't remember the full details. And you got the lobby here being completely transformed. Got some nice little sprinkles on the ground, some festive little icons, including some eggs. Even got some different music here at the food and drink stations, the usual. Let me grab my one thing here from the Shell Drome before we get started. Because I'm just going to jump straight into a tricolor and see what's actually different in Bluefin. I have no idea if I'm going to get it first, but might as well try. Surprised I didn't hit anything on the wall. I wanted to show off some of the festive look. It's very easy to see when you paint this one specific wall. So I kind of actually forgot our color was like a tealish color. I got the green light on behind me, which is definitely not our color. Let me see if I can change that sign's color to something more accurate. There we go. Nice neon blue. That's close enough, because I don't have the exact teal color on that little light. Speaking of which, I forgot to turn on my ring light here. Give my actual camera a little bit of extra light to work with. Make it look a little bit cleaner. You know, I don't really need much light for this camera. Ah, so here it is right away. Good news, bad news. Good news, we got the Bluefin map I was looking for. But bad news, it's a mirror match. This is what I was warning people about at the start. It seems like I'm not the only night owl, which is not surprising. It's kind of the point of these events, to get together with one specific theme in mind and fight the others. But most people apparently decided we're all night owls today, because it's kind of oversaturated. And people already rush our base is a bold move. Like, we gotta wait for the signal. We're not rushing in just yet. Hopefully my teammate can survive with that Booyah Bomb. Gives them a little more invincibility. Alright, they try for the signal a bit. That should give it at least some charge. Not much, but some. Oh, what's that? The jet? Yeah, I was gonna say, it looked like a long-range weapon. Because no way a sploosh would have got me from there. I'm just saying. The gun that shoots for like 5 inches in front of you, yeah, it's not the guy that hit me from downtown. That's a very obvious no. Keep on pushing this guy back so I don't immediately get killed. Oh. Alright, that's fine. I'll take a trade. This map is still very swayed for the defenders. Holy crap. Like, it is bigger now, so it's not as claustrophobic in your base area, which is really bad for points. So we can at least get something back if the attacking side is low, but not much. It's like making a thimble an inch wider. You still got a thimble, just a longer thimble. Like, that's kind of what this feels like. It's a small map that barely got change on size, so the attackers really don't have an advantage here. It still sucks. Because I remember this map being the worst stage for attackers, which made it by far the worst. I might be careful here so I don't die. This is like the worst stage specifically for Tricolor. And it's still not that much better, the updates. Which is unfortunate, but Tricolor is a mixed bag of a mode to begin with. We'll eventually get a signal. But it does not help that you can just have a long-range weapon just chill on a side area and they can just reach your base. No matter where it is. Yeah, that was a bad situation. Couldn't really get out of that. I'm just gonna jump because there's not much time. We're not winning this by a long shot. Wow, look at that score. Jeez, they really didn't do much for this map to make it better, did they? They changed the bare minimum. Gave you slightly more walkway on attacking sides. And it still did not change much. Amber, how you doing? See you in the YouTube chat. Unfortunately, my chat client apparently decided they don't want to show you, which is fun. Let me see why that's actually a problem. Let me try doing like a quick refresh of the link, because it's probably a bad link. If I take the overlay link, just copy that back to my clipboard. Oh, there's why. It was just not actually the correct one at all. I was using an older one. That makes sense. So now, chat actually shows correctly. Who would have guessed? Yeah, and sure enough, even looking at our scenes, it's actually working correctly. Didn't want to be seen. Okay, there you go. But unfortunately, you have to be seen to be talked to. I'm doing alright. Thanks for asking. Hopefully we actually get the other teams in this. I don't know how... I feel like it's going to be next to none for attempts for us to actually get teams in Tricolor, but I just wanted to see what are the odds tonight. It's going to be low. Very low. Well, here's the second map at the very least. Now we get to see the ramen map, the far superior one for Tricolor. Or just, in general, the far superior map. You don't even need to finish that sentence, and it's still accurate. Yeah, funny, we're attacker again, though. Like, I would have liked to have been defender on this map. It's pretty fun. I think someone's actually jumping there. It's not a jump thing. My teammate's doing a pretty good job just holding himself off in the center. Give him that. Little messy. Oh man, it's very hard to fight a tent brawler like that up close because they get one good shot and you're dead. They're very strong. This guy's know what he's doing with the umbrella. I'm also using a little bit of a weaker weapon, but I wanted to try the Splash-O-Matic because I haven't used Neo Splash in a hot minute, so I just wanted to use it. Yeah, there are some umbrella strats right there. The guy has definitely mained that weapon a time or two. All the things. Had to been arrow spray. Now I just feel insulted. Dude, even with a faster jump, I still couldn't get out of there. Alright, we got one of the signals at least. Gotta close this point threshold. Holy crap, I just saw it and it's bad. Dude, this tent, he just does not want to leave our home. This guy just made an R. Nope, my home now. Not yours. I don't think I've really seen much of the center besides like 30 seconds worth of that. Finally, he's gone. All it took was a sacrifice of both of our players, but at least we finally got the guy out of our house. Holy crap, that sucked. Most of the game, that tent was here. We literally couldn't move. I wasn't going for point. I knew that would distract him for it. That was a good idea, but man, that was rough. He literally couldn't do anything. Or like at least one win in Tricolor tonight, that would be preferred instead of nothing. Also didn't finish pulling up the rest of my things I usually have for playing this game. It's been a hot minute since I last fully played. Like you may have been noticing, yeah, he hasn't played this much. If you look at my catalog level, because I'm only like level 3, and the season started in March. Yeah, I haven't played much. I played this for a total, I think, 1 hour during the big run in March. And then it's been it. Like, I haven't played much of this since the season started. It's been more of those, I'm still burnt out kind of moods for Splatoon. Although I feel like I'm kind of getting back into it with tonight's thing. Like, I haven't played in a hot minute, so this feels good. So I gotta remember to open up the friends list thing in case my mutuals want to join on later for this, because I also forget to do that half the time. But you do it now, I wait. Long queue time. I have the free time. There we go. That's changed so people know what the heck's going on. Perfect. And we're still waiting. I literally was waiting around, opening up web pages, changing my Switch status, and I'm still here. I feel like at this point I can play through a whole other video game. You know, if I'm fast enough as a speedrunner, I can probably beat all of Super Mario Bros. 1 before this game matchmakes me with another person. That's sad. But also shows how optimized that game is for a run. I think it's like a 5-minute game now, which is insane. Or like 4 minutes. It's super, super short. People really got that down to a science. Yeah, I don't blame you for being burnt out. Like, I think the biggest problem was just how hard we all kind of went into the game when it first came out. And then about a year or so later, we're like, yeah, that's good. Like, I kind of felt my fill. And it's hasn't really changed much since. In fact, it's been kind of bad since the end of content situation if you feel burnt out, because nothing has changed. It's been the exact same now for like 7-8 months. I'm still surprised they're doing these holiday themed events, so like the ones every 3 months. I'm surprised they're doing these as new themes. They demonstrated back in, what was it, February, that they don't have to because they did a repeat event. So I'm surprised that these are still new Splatfests for like one a season, at least for now. I imagine the one that's going to happen during the summer has got to be the last one. And then after that, they're going to be just strict repeats going forward. Because at this point, it would make no sense for them to make any new themes, and they would just want to move on. That's at least my prediction. Okay, I'm surprised I actually survived that interaction. I'm actually doing pretty decent. I'm still shaking off some of that rust. Splat 4 for Switch 2. You know it's going to be happening. It definitely will be a thing within like the first year or two. We already know it's in active development because of information that came out right after this game's lifespan was done. But now it's just a matter of when, not if. I think I even mentioned that on like my stream on Thursday, because it came up in conversation there too. If I had to bet, it's gonna be 2025. That's when we would see a switch to a Splatoon 4 game. That's my call. Surprised you walked out when you literally saw me there, buddy. Or Splatoon 1. To be fair, I don't think they ever will want to do that unless they just really want an easy game one day, because that sounds like an easier time to make it a brand new game. Because people do go back to Splatoon 1 all the time still, just because of how unique of a game it is. But I feel like multiplayer-wise there's no point, because every other game past Splatoon 1 is better, so they would just want to keep on iterating on top. I would love to see it myself, though. Don't get me wrong. And that game's going to be 10 years old here next month, and now the gray hairs come out. Because holy crap, I can't believe it's already been 10 years of this franchise. I definitely wanted to do something special then. The US one, I believe, the US date's anniversary actually happens on a Thursday, which works out. Because the Japan date, I was informed about it on Thursday streams of what the dates were for each game. Well, not each game, each territory's like release. And our territory, North America, got it in May 29th. And that's a Thursday. I'm probably going to play some Splatoon 1 on a Thursday on May 29th of this year. Nope. Now that was a insanely good game for me. The other teams, not so much. Wow, I just noticed the one side got 14%. 14. Big yikes. Deserved. Now that's a game I'm going to be saving for future because I like it. Even though it was a mirror match, it's probably worthless. That should be my save button. I actually have a new plugin on my Stream Deck that allows me to control a separate instance of OBS. So I've been trying it out tonight. It's really cool. Problem is, I need to change all their icons because two of them look the exact same. One of them turns on a replay buffer, the other one saves it. I'm probably going to hit the wrong one and just turn off my replays one of these sessions. I'm going to call it now. I got to change that icon. Of course, be the 29th. Yeah, well, what's so special? The 20th. Oh. It's like looks at calendar. It's like, oh, I see it now. Am I drifting? Not really. It felt like it was for a second there, so I thought I may have to recalibrate. Just a day. Mood. That's just big mood. But to be fair, it's your day. Because that was the day you kind of showed up and said, I'm here now. Also known as the birthday, so. They call it birthday specifically because what I just said as turn number 1 doesn't really fit well in a calendar. I just showed up one day, I'm here now, is very long, it wouldn't fit in the print. Someone tried, didn't work. I'm shocked I got that. I didn't even mean to go for the signal. I just tried to get the dude in the corner. That was it. That wasn't me trying to go for an actual point. Maybe a bad idea. Yep, I'm looking at it, dude. Okay. How did I do that again? The fact that I was literally being shot at is the whole reason of how did I survive is a great question. Well, thank you, Amber, for becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate it. Enjoy those emotes on that side. Oh, there's the guy. I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye. Oh, nope, nope, nope. As soon as I seen 3 other men. Yeah, that's fair, Amber. In some ways, I actually prefer watching a lot of live streams now on YouTube compared to Twitch, but that's just because I think the YouTube player is just more convenient. That, as someone who actively watches content on their TV, it doesn't work with Twitch really well. Their TV app has been horrendous since day one, and it's only gotten worse. To a point where it just doesn't exist on like Roku TVs, which is what I use. Even using third-party alternates is just kind of a mess. So YouTube's been kind of my best friend for streams anymore. Another reason why I've been trying to branch out and stream a little bit more stuff to the YouTube side, just for the people I know want to watch on YouTube instead of Twitch, because that audience becomes bigger and bigger by the day. YouTube better. In some ways it is, yeah, I agree. I think the big thing specifically for YouTube streaming that is a big +1 compared to Twitch's is just Twitch themselves have a much better player in terms of like quality, but YouTube has a lot more features to it. The fact that you can rewind a stream when you're actually missing something and just want to play some catch up is fantastic. You can't do that on Twitch. The most you can do is either make a clip real quick and then just rewind the clip, or you have to load up the VOD and find that very specific part in the VOD you just missed, which is kind of a pain. So YouTube handles that better. But then there's their chat, and I can already show you by demonstration 1, the emote you typed in the YouTube chat just did not show up at all on an overlay, because YouTube emotes are so weird. Like, in general, YouTube chat is so weird. I still hate YouTube chat in terms of a concept. Like, I don't hate you guys in the chat. I hate the actual chat client, because it's a glorified HTML file. Like, it's a glorified web page. It's not the same as Twitch's chat, which is why it's a little bit slower and sometimes breaks. But if I look at my YouTube dashboard, I see the thumbnail of the actual emote just fine, which is like, why do some things read and some things don't? It's so confusing. Like, YouTube chat as a concept is just so weird. Also, yeah, like, change the names, like your color name on the platform would be great too. Because I'll see sometimes a person comes in, they're one color name, and then sometimes they randomly change. And I'm like, okay, how'd you do that? I would like to know. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Not support the other team with my name being green. I mean, to be fair, we are green, so you actually are supporting the right one if you're green. It's just right now, like, whatever color, because tricolor is a funny mode where you never actually get your proper team matches. That sounded like it was almost full, so that was close. I want to get to a good spot, because I'm not going to use my special, like, right in front of someone. That would have been a terrible idea. Only got one person in the... Okay, never mind. I was going to say, we only have one person in the middle. Instantly dies. Sure. I'll count that as a kill from my side. He might have walked off, but he was scared of me. There's the other one, because I heard one point a signal was basically full, so I guess it was the purple team that had almost full. I didn't know which one. I couldn't catch who it was. Alright, well that was an uphill battle. Although it's still Bluefin Depot, so this is very heavily sided for attackers still, even with the update. Yeah, you know, same, Amber. Like, this is a cool mode, also it's a terrible mode. Like, I don't understand how they screwed things up so bad. And then I look at the team matching. Then I figured out how they screwed it up so bad. I like the concept. Like, this was a concept that was actually going to be in Splatoon 2. Like, I think this is a retooled version of the Rocket game mode that was scrapped. If you look in the Splatoon 2 files, you'll see a game mode that was supposed to have been added after Clam Blitz for ranked mode, and it was essentially what Tricolor is. Teams were going to rush towards a said rocket and grab it, and if they got the point, then that's how they would lead the charge, which is essentially what they do in Tricolor. You go for a rocket, and then it makes a new point on the ground that paints the ground. It's the same concept. I think the concept's good, but it just does not work for 3 teams. It's just the whole 3 idea for Splatoon 3 just doesn't work, period, for Splatfest. Like, I've said this multiple times over the different events, but putting 3 teams in here kind of destroyed this event, in my opinion. There's only been, like, 3 or 4 Splatfests, I feel like, maybe 5 at most. Like, there has been very little events of this game that stuck out to me in such a big way, just like with Splatoon 1 and 2. Like, realistically, most of the themes, it just boiled down to a crap ton of mirror matches because it was so one-sided swayed and the air teams just didn't really exist. It was a little more balanced in Splatoon 1 and 2 with just 2 themes. But with the 3 picks, it's just completely unbalanced, which sucks. I would just like one game, by the way, just one, without being a mirror on this mode. I know the chances of that are almost the same as winning the lottery, but a man can dream. Nope, fine, thank you. Nice, that's a 3 for 1. Because this one just walks in front of me, so let me just have this real quick. Thank you. Because no one's here to defend, might as well grab the signal. I make it look like I'm grabbing it again, but I wasn't. It actually almost worked for a good distraction. If I didn't kill, I might have been able to capitalize and trap 3 of them in another strike. If only. This might not work out. Yeah, I had a feeling. I tried. I know that sound. I don't want to bother. Dude, they're down again. Hurry up. Because that thing's almost full in our color. If we can get that signal, then it's just GG's. We win. Because it'll give us so many points. Oh, what? I saw you fall. That was so weird. Oh, I didn't even see the bomb. I just tunnel vision that. I don't think it would have mattered, but I wanted it. I was greedy. Greed. It's like right there. It is right at the tip. That rocket has pretty much no time left to charge. There. Finally. Even though it wasn't us. I really wanted that myself, because that would have really skewed things in our favor. Cool, I thought I was not going to survive that interaction. This is actually kind of close. I don't know which team's winning here. It might actually be the attackers after all, because that was a very back and forth for the last second, and I'm kind of worried. Although, that's a lot of green, so maybe. Okay, yeah, they took over the rest. Never mind. Why was I even worried at 24% for attack? That was nothing. Alright, I'm giving this one more try. If I don't get an actual game, and I get another mirror, I'm just going straight to one of the other modes. Because I don't want to keep on dealing with fighting my friends again. That's pretty much what the Splatoon 3 Splatfest have become. Fighting my friends. It's not the famous catchphrase from Fire Emblem, I fight for my friends. It's, I fight my friends. Just take out the for part. And then you got this game's events. Or at least, the Splatfest. Engage had to fight yourself. Oh yeah, but wasn't that game's whole plot point like time travel? So it made sense of why you had to do that. I don't know, I'm just an outsider looking in, so I don't know the exact details of that specific game story. I just know it got weird near the end from what I heard. Okay, yeah, I did have time travel then. You had to fight your friends. So yeah, you just kind of became the good guy and the bad guy for a minute. That's what it sounded like to me. We finally got one. I won the lottery, baby. Let's go. I just noticed it's not a mirror for once. Now, nobody disconnect. Nobody. I swear, if I see one of you, I'm gonna be mad. Yeah, booyah for actually getting to play the game correctly. Who would have guessed? Now you can see the sprinkles on the ground. We haven't seen that in like 40 minutes. We only saw it in the lobby. Okay, so they got an Aerospray booyah, so that's our favorite. Oh, well, that was not supposed to go there. I hate when I throw a strike on my foot. Can't go in. I was wanting that, but then these strikes made it so much worse. Okay, yeah, don't go for it. That's death. Okay, cool. I wish you weren't down here. I was gonna super jump to you, buddy, but that's a bad spot. So he must be in our base if that Aerospray threw a booyah bomb from the left. Alright, protect me. So close. Someone hit me through the Kraken, so we almost had it. That's good that this person knows the Kraken strat for this mode. Just kind of chill in the center and let your teammate grab the point while you're defending them. You don't even attack. You literally just sit there with the Kraken. Come on, don't kill me. Oh, come on. I'm on your side, technically. Keep on painting. I need another special ready because we're so close. That was bad. Yeah, the moment I get my special, too, I was going to use that so we can actually rush in. I just have to go. Oh, man, that was so close. The bomb exploded a second earlier. I would have got it. We literally needed the point now, so I don't think it's possible to win. I'm going to try one more time. At this point, that's just so I can see the "we secured" message, because it does literally nothing for the points. So yeah, we lost, but at least I finally got to see something that wasn't a mirror. It's a miracle. After like 40 minutes of mirror matches, we finally got one real one. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really help us, but well, it's better than nothing. Skip 4 and have 8 instead. Jeez, imagine if they just jumped straight to 8 teams. That'd be a mess. I don't know how that would work. Like, it has to be a battle royale. If it's 4, like, if it's 4 people on 8 teams, that's insane. But to be fair, they are upping the number of players in Mario Kart, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do that for Splatoon, just because they can do that. I wouldn't want them to do that. That'd be a little insane. I think the 4v4 is a perfect method. Having 8 teams would be a little insane. Because you do that math, that's 32 players. That's too chaotic. It'd have to only be something like Turf War. Keep your standard modes and then have like one special one that's specifically for a bunch of people and it could work. But take these modes and throw them in? No, man. It's like standard ranked games? No. Tricolor? No. That'd be terrifying. If it's 4 teams, a 2v2v2v2 would make sense, and they can make a special mode out of that, but 32 players is a little overwhelming. Yeah, the Windows XP internet would just crash, yeah. I still find it funny, they did upgrade those servers, but they're not much better. So the upgrade basically changed nothing. They might as well still be running on the same old servers from 30 years ago. And I know, like, Nintendo's Online did not start until 20 years ago, around like 2004 or so with the DS, but no, they've been using 10-year-old hardware to start that, so it's been 30-year-old hardware. It's so stupid. Like, they've been doing online for so long, but they've been using the same stuff for all the online when you really break it down. So like Windows 98 machines being used. How do they get away with that? Like, flat out? There are people probably being employed that don't even know what a Windows 98 is. It's like the tech side of things. So there's no way those servers can easily be upkept. Nope. Okay. I think I got like 2 shots at most, so I thought I could actually get the guy. I do hope the Switch 2's online's better, because I already feel like it's gonna have a much better connection with like the hosts specifically, because they already announced with Switch 2 hardware that they're using like a completely different network card. And they already said the Bluetooth was improved, so it's like better range and not as prone to disconnects or signal issues in general, which I'm just like, thank God. As someone who's had constant controller problems with the Switch 1 since day one, just because of Bluetooth interference and such, hearing the system has a better Bluetooth chip is like, yeah, that was like one of my big asks for a system. The big 3 is just, obviously better graphics, but that's just a given for any new generation, better Bluetooth, and better network capabilities. Those are my 3 asks. And it sounds like we're getting all 3 of them, which I would hope we at least get the better graphics. That's kind of expected. But specifically with that, it's like 4K output. That way, the system works better on like newer TVs. Because I've had like weird flaky issues sometimes with the Switch 1 on a 4K TV, because sometimes it forces my 4K TV back to an older standard, so I hook up something else to it, like a computer or a PlayStation, and it just freaks out. I just like all my stuff to kind of be set the same way, if that makes sense, just for compatibility. Like, I don't even care that games are going to be 4K in terms of just, like, visual presentation, even though that's going to be nice. I just care that the system can literally output in 4K so it doesn't break my equipment. That's literally it. Like, keep it all consistent. Then I don't have to worry about, like, one thing being, like, one size, one thing being another, and then, oh, here comes compatibility issues, because one thing's different. Because if anyone's worked with hardware with, like, multiple different connection styles, then you know the horror. Yes. No, thankfully, Amber, that's not true, but man, imagine. We gave you an audio jack, but we took away the Ethernet again. Sorry. Thankfully, during that Switch 2 Direct, they did show the backside of the Switch dock opened up. Like, they just took the little, like, back panel off, and it showed there was an actual, like, wired internet port on it, just like with the OLED dock. Dude, I can't believe we won that by 0.5. That's insane. Like, from what I'm gathering, the Switch 2 dock is the exact same compared to the Switch OLED dock in terms of ports. Like, it has 2 USBs on the side, 2 USB-As. I don't know what speeds they are, I didn't say. I would hope they're 3s, but who knows? There's the USB-C for power, HDMI for video, and then Ethernet as the final one. So we at least get all the same ports as Switch OLED dock. I just hope they're upgraded ports. I forgot I actually don't want to do mirrors anymore. Thank you, I'm good. I'm getting a little low on money, so I'm thinking of doing a money ticket. It's been a hot minute since I needed money. And I got some rolls, I might as well do this. Should be some decorations and stickers, everyone's favorite junk. Those eyes felt like they were staring into my soul. Holy crap. So it's either ramen or ramen if you do pro the tricolor, huh? Sure. Why not? Hey, Matt, how you doing? I'm gonna apologize, by the way, if you want to play this event too, because I kind of put us into a mirror match situation by apparently wanting to be a night owl. I didn't realize it was gonna be 60-something%. Like, what is even the exact at this point? I can look up at least what we know from general polling on stat.inc. Okay, not as bad as I thought. Still pretty terrible. It is this, so we can pull up the browser. Mornings at 16%, afternoons 24%, let's say roughly. Night is 60. Oops. Did it again, man. Why is it every time I want to pick a specific team, it's like this, like every single time? Every team I want to be on happens to be the popular pick. Why am I always agreeing with the masses? Like every time, man. It really shows, don't stay in tricolor if you're on a popular team. First game out of tricolor is instantly a standard one. Not a mirror. Wow. 40 minutes of mirror matches, literally 5 seconds in, not a mirror for pro mode. That's about right. It's about right for tricolor at this point in time. I'm glad at least I got this map and not ramen, because I just want some variety. Why? I'm sorry, I like the things everyone else is liking, apparently. I'm basic. Like, even my streaming setup is very similar to what most people use. Like, I got a stream deck, I got the Focusrite setup, I got the Audio-Technica mic everyone uses. Like, I have, like, the same stuff as most people. It's like, man, he likes the same thing as most people. Who would have guessed? Hey, don't fix what ain't broken, alright? I also want to turn off Rumble in between games. I forgot I still had it on, because I usually play without Rumble anymore in Splatoon, just keep my hands steady. And I've also been noticing, the longer I play with Rumble just randomly going off on the controller, my hands start to hurt. Like, not hurt, like, with pain, just kind of feel uncomfortable. Probably because, excuse me, the constant motion that your joints are feeling with the rumble. It's stimulating for, like, a little while, but then when you're playing for, say, 3 or 4 hours, it gets a little old. So it just kind of feels a little off. I wish there was a way to turn off rumble in this game specifically, because then I wouldn't have to do it on the global setting. But unfortunately, that's not the case. I had to do it via global setting, which is kind of dumb. Cool. That guy was weak then. And of course, the moment I tried to attack someone else, the crap noticed me. Like frame 1. Alright, if our Dreadbringer can just get in there into their base, we'll do the rest of the work here. Come on, come on, come on. Ah, come on. Perfect angle. Couldn't really fight it. Oh, I also forgot to probably put on the spring banner. I always forget to put on those stupid banners for these seasons because it's like we do these once every 3 months now. I'm not thinking about it. Let me pop out real quick so I can do all those things I just mentioned. Turn off Rumble, change out the banner. That's it. It's 2 things, but I have to back out of the game to do it. And just to show what I'm talking about with that whole inconvenience thing. Here are your options for controls. Sensitivity stuff, which is great. You got if you want to invert your controls or not. The other options disable because of motion. And then motion control on and off. That's it. And other, again, this is it. No rumble option, which is not great. Kind of would like a rumble option so I can turn off rumble so I don't have to go into my system settings like this and go to controller vibration every time I want to play a different game. I like doing it per game so I don't have to worry about that. I also noticed that, like, when I play Sonic Unleashed specifically, because I do the M-Speed, D-Speed glitches, which you, like, barely press on the joystick. And this also I noticed for O.R.C.A at a time when I was doing the challenge run stuff. If I'm trying to hold the stick in a very specific spot, rumble throws me off and I lose the angle, so that actually causes problems. I can see why a lot of competitive people just usually have it off. So I don't think I checked anything here. And I don't want any of it, so I'm good. Oh, you all set? Okay. Well, I'll have you jump in here then in a second. Because I gotta get back to the lobby anyways. I'm walking over now. Oh, wait, also the reason why I did that specifically, so I can come over into Alterna and then be back into the main area after I'm done. Makes it easy. Gotta give it a minute. Might have to start grinding for the fish egg soon. I'm getting a little low. I know 30,000 doesn't sound like low, but when you spend 999 eggs, these go kind of fast. My grinding method is just going over into World 6 and fight Big Man until he just cries for help. It's a little repetitive, but it gives the most payout for single player. And it only takes like a minute. I think it's like 800 eggs in a minute. So when you break down the map compared to other grinding options, it seems to be the fastest one in my experience. And I spent all this, right? Yeah, okay. Let me get myself all set. I'm gonna run an ad on Twitch side real quick. I'm gonna run a 3-minute specifically because I just want to turn off the ad manager for like another hour. So apologies on that one, but I'm gonna just get this set up. The less ads on the YouTube side, we just don't want to bother. We're not gonna start a game until it's done. Just giving people that heads up. Trying to make the experience for viewers as best as I can. And also, let me add in the said friend of the night variety. Let me just make sure my inputs are correct, because every time I go to do this, it's wrong. Okay, we're fine. Hello, fellow night owl. Oh, he's already asleep. That makes sense. You know, the night owls, we sleep at night. Wait, no, that's not our slogan. Alright, let me change my banner while I'm here as well, because I also need to do that before I forget. Where is it? Maybe like down here, I think?
Alright. I see where my problem was. I was mute. I didn't even realize I was.
Oh, like your physical mute. Okay, yeah, because you weren't muted in Discord, so I wasn't sure.
No. I was mute. I was like, what is going on? My mic should be fine. And then I looked at it. I was like, oh.
Turn you down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, the joys of a mute switch on an actual microphone, where it honestly doesn't help as much as it used to, in my opinion. I kind of forget to have it on half the time. There it is.
Yeah.
How's it going?
It's been a week.
Yeah, no, I can feel that.
No, it's been alright. It's been alright for the most part. Just, I don't know, just been really fatigued today for whatever reason. I think it's just because I worked a lot this week and it just caught up with me.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, if you work a lot like that, you'll definitely feel that fatigue feeling all at once, is in my experience.
Been completely honest, I forgot the Splatfest was even happening this week, so...
To be fair, so did Nintendo. They kind of forgot to announce it until, like, a couple days before it happened. Because they announced it in March, and then we haven't heard a thing since. So most people forgot this existed. They were more focused on all the Switch 2 news and even the Switch 1 stuff with the previous Direct. So they just kind of forgot about this.
Yeah. Alright. Are you in a lobby?
I just opened one up, so yeah, you can just jump in.
Okay, I'm jumping in.
Let's see, what else do I want to use? I'm going to change it up. I use that weapon a little too much now. Still stick with a shooter for the moment. I almost went for one like the Tenek Tech or Auto Shot or something. Like, yeah, so change water with water. That's essentially the same statement there. I'm not just picking the thing I literally just used. It's almost the exact same.
So I put the new gear on from the news
Stamp
app.
Buffed. I want to try that. I'll use Sploosh.
I put some of the new gear on that I got from the news app.
Yeah, that's a thing too. I kind of forgot to mention that myself because that's just kind of a random detail every time. I always forget. They brought back the Splatoon 2 gear for this specific event, so same stuff to use for that SpringFest. You got a couple different visors, which this time you can adjust gear. So now you can wear the backwards ones frontwards and vice versa. And then I gave you like 8 pairs of shoes, which is pretty cool. But also, I already built out so many different pieces of gear that these are pretty worthless by this stage of the game for me. So I just wear them for looks. Alright, I'm going to try out this newer version of Ultra Stamp, because I heard this guy actually got decent when they patched this like a month or something.
Wait, they patched stuff a month ago?
Yeah, they finally did one of their patches after saying we'll evaluate things. So they patched the game, I think, like a month ago, something like that. And it was just like some minor tweaks of stuff here and there. Nothing very too major, but it helped with some of the balancing and fix some of the things that are broken, like Ultra Stamp being horrendous. Now it's just bad. Look, man, you can never fix the special fully. Apparently, you can actually shoot through the thing more accurately now, so that's good. And when you throw it, it actually does more splash damage. So it's actually possible to kill someone with the throw now, compared to before, where it's like a wet noodle.
I was gonna say, you know how they're gonna, you know how you can fix the special? Get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm about to say, try again. They also fixed up the biggest problematic special in the game, the Trizuka stuff, but it's still super powerful, it's just, it's not as powerful anymore, that's all. Like, the splash radius of it, they toned down the range, so you don't just get hit with this, like, 60 hit point range all the time, which means you get two-shotted. They shrunk it. That's good, I just haven't seen it in practice.
I need it. I just thinking about it, just random thoughts in my head right now. I was like, I just now realized, because my brain's been on like a delay all day today. I think, like I said, it's fatigue or something like that. I literally, like 10 minutes before my video released, that I remembered, oh, I got a VOD to put out today.
Yeah, fair. I didn't even realize I set mine to noon, because I usually do that at 3 p.m., but I just kind of set it to noon because my brain just defaults to that for YouTube uploads.
Yeah.
So I know what you mean.
I literally, like 10 minutes before my usual 2 o'clock time period for my uploads goes out, I was like, oh, I gotta release a VOD. So I had to go run in there, make a thumbnail real quick, and then just edit up the description. I was like,
I love making thumbnails last second. By the way, the thumbnail for this stream was made last second, so I know the pain.
I hate doing that because it makes it look sloppy.
Yeah, I get you on that one. Thankfully, at least on that front, like when I'm doing the stream VODs, I get the thumbnail like right after I do the stream stuff, just because it's fresh in my head. But
yeah,
in terms of like making it for the YouTube side of it when I stream, like yeah, I will say my thumbnails are kind of bad. They're very lazy because it's just like a game title half the time. But it's hard to make unique thumbnails for every single stream. It's a lot of extra work.
Yeah.
And it's not much of a payoff. But the Splatoon Splatfest ones I have on a template, so they're easy to do.
And I forgot to record last night like I usually do, so I gotta go do that after stream tonight. After the stream. I gotta go and record my next videos I have for next week.
Yeah, that's fair.
More SonicGhost and stuff. Last 2 episodes were not that great. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Flying Battery Zone was a lot better than the Mushroom Hill Zone video, but still.
Hey man, that was just funny. Like, you didn't even realize you can leave the special stages, so you learned something there, and that's funny.
Yep. I learned you could just leave the special stage. That is like, why? Why did they design it like this?
Yeah, it makes no sense. I even know you can do that until you show me the flip. Like, why? Yeah, but this is such a weird design decision. Who did this? Who hurt players? Specifically, I want the guy's name.
Like, if I'm at the special stage, obviously I'm going to be there to want to get the Chaos Emerald. Why would I want to leave?
That's the whole reason why you enter. Yeah, it's so dumb.
I don't know.
Again, very weird design decision.
And then, like I said, that recording session was so weird because, like, all of a sudden I started getting perfects on the special stage. Like, the first 2 got perfects. Then I got the perfect on the 3rd one. I was like, and then my brain's like, I'm just going to get a perfect on every single one of them.
I love when you have that idea.
Was the worst. Then that was the worst decision I could ever done because I was like saying this whole entire playthrough, I was like, oh, this is the special stages I have the easiest time with, blah 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 blah, and all the other special stages, you know, I've had trouble every now and then. Like, I thought the half pipe special stages were gonna be bad when I started doing Sonic 2 portion of that. I didn't really fail that much, but maybe like 3 times at most on one of them. Oh,
yeah, those
Lordy,
stages are way better in Origins, to be fair, too, so thank God you weren't playing the original.
But, like, I didn't have, like, that much trouble with some of these special stages. Like, the only ones that I could really say, like, I might have lost at most was, like, maybe 5 times at special stage 5 and CD. But that's just because CD is weird with this special stage.
I'd say it's the controls that are really weird to get a hold of, even with the HD version.
Amber's just silly man. Yeah, he's silly me. But, me going for perfects for the Super Emerald special stages was the stupidest idea I've ever had in my life. Because I went from, like, only having a 5-time mess up on a special stage is my worst to having a 20 mess up time.
Jeez, yeah, that's a pretty big jump.
Why I decided, oh, I'm gonna get perfects. Like, even the perfects don't even matter. Why am I worried about this?
Yeah, I mean, the only real thing you get is a continue, but on that version specifically you're playing, continues are worthless.
Yeah, continues are worthless because I have infinite lives. And not only that, it's like, all I get was like, oh, I got extra points. Make extra coins. I mean, sure, coins are helpful.
Sure, I guess.
I might want to unlock the stuff in the museum and stuff, but you know, it's like I don't care about anything else with those. Like, why am I trying to prove myself with these perfects?
Yeah, that doesn't matter at all.
And then I started talking about it in the video. I said, oh well, I think it's because I had Sonic Mania on the mind, because Sonic Mania had those bonus stages with the red spheres mini games, and you actually got something for doing the perfects in that one instead.
That's true, yeah. Mania was a whole other can of worms.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I got a question. I know they changed that in the when Plus came out. They changed the bonus stages. How do you get blue spheres to come back?
I was gonna say, there's a way, I can't remember, 'cause it's been many years since I last played Mania for that. But I know there's like a specific way you get them back now in the checkpoints. There's still a thing in the actual menu once you play them, I know that much.
Okay. Because I was wondering, I was like, I know that, you know, they changed the bonus mini game when Plus came out, and because they changed it to the little slot machine thing, which, or a pinball table, which I'm gonna be honest.
Neat. But also,
why?
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Just why?
So.
Whereas the blue sphere mini game, at least, you know, you got rewards for it. You got a little special, like, cheat codes, essentially, or, like, not cheat codes, but, like, special unlocks for different gameplay type mechanics and stuff like that for the game with the medal system. I just don't understand why they did that. That's just weird to me.
Yeah, it didn't really make too much sense. I will say though, pro tip, if you actually want to get all the stuff unlocked in Mania easier, play the PC version of that for an easier time with special stages. There's a debug specific file you can edit in like the config, which turns back on the debug menu, and that gives you a reset button. So it just makes everything easier. You just reset a special stage if you fail. I'm actually surprised they left that in the code, and it still works to this day. It's just, that's PC exclusive, obviously.
Yeah.
Which is funny, as soon as I played that version, I saw reset buttons, like, wow, this would make the other classic Sonic games easy if they had a reset button.
And then they did do that.
And then Sonic Origins happened. Like, oh, well, there. I think they finally realized they should probably put a reset button in.
Like, I mean, I'm kind of glad I'm playing Sonic Origins on my channel because I realized how much I like the collection. The only thing I just don't like about it was the fact that the Sonic 3 music was changed. That's about it.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think that's everybody's complaint, and like I even stated in the video, I said,
I will say it's the compositions I think are mainly the problem for it, because you can hear that they're definitely different songs. They don't have the same kind of crunch sound as the original Sonic 3 soundtrack has. You can tell it was a last-minute change. Thankfully, once again, you play the PC version if that really bothers you, because you can mod in the original songs or just track down a copy of the original game on a different system or something. I think the easier way of getting it nowadays would be like the Sonic Mega Collection stuff for the 6th-gen systems. Like the GameCube, PS2, Xbox. I think those are probably the better ways of finding the Sonic 3 stuff now. Good luck trying to find an actual cartridge. Don't play Sonic DS Collection, whatever it was called. I hear that was horrible. I remember, I think, playing that for a bit, and it felt off.
I think I have that. I don't remember. I think I might have that one, but I don't remember.
Yeah, it was so right for its time, because it was like that or nothing for playing the classic Sonic games on the go. But now, like I said, it's like a relic of its time, because you can just get the whole Origins collection on a Steam Deck or your Switch. So you have much better portable options for the classic Sonics.
What was... Okay, now my question is, like, at the time, I know a lot of people were just very divisive on Origins. What was wrong with it besides the music?
What wasn't wrong with it is actually the better question, because unfortunately the game was bugged beyond belief when it first came out. And sadly, it's still kind of bugged from what I understand, but it's much better now than when it was in the original state. So there was just a lot of things missing, or the game had very weird bugs that weren't even in the other versions of like Sonic CD 1 or 2. Like, I remember, like, apparently Tails was a big problem for Sonic 2, because he just flat out didn't work correctly, which was weird when Sonic 2 had no problems like that on, like, Android or iOS.
Oh, okay.
So there was like new glitches that got introduced that just kind of ruined the experience. So if you're like a purist, you played the games hundreds of times, you would see these weird oddities, and it would definitely stick out.
Okay, that explains it.
Also, they got like half of the entries wrong for like the museum stuff, and I'm like, how do you get that wrong? You didn't even do your research. Like, they called some songs wrong from like different games. Like, here's a song from Knuckles Chaotix, and it was like a Sonic 3 song or something. So again, they just didn't fact check some stuff, which was also weird. So it was just how they handled it, and also how the devs treated some of the names that everyone already grown to love, like with Headcanon and Christian Whitehead and such. There was apparently some bad blood there.
Oh, okay. I completely forgot all about that. I couldn't remember. I'm trying to think of like talking points maybe for later videos and stuff like that, because I couldn't remember like a lot of the issues that happened when it came out. Because I remember there was some controversy about it. I mean, not like huge, damning.
I know I seen like a video not too long ago that kind of talked about a lot of the different things that they did wrong with the collection. I just can't remember a lot of the points, but most of it was just a lot of glitches and just like wrong facts, and also obviously the fact they delisted the old versions and upcharged people for this one. And then they fixed it with a DLC patch, so you had to buy the DLC to fix a lot of their problems. So money, it's also a complaint of money.
Okay.
Sega's also just known for doing that too. We'll fix the issues by making a plus version. They've done that for like many games. Even the beloved Sonic Mania had that problem. Sure, there's no one behind me, because that would have been really bad.
Squibbity? Really? That guy's name is Squibbity? Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice they're actually in danger. Alright, GG's.
Squibbity toilet.
Gotta get your squibbity toilet on, I guess. Haven't heard that me in a hot minute.
What?
The skibbity toilet stuff. Oh no, I never heard of squibbity toilet. That's a new one. But skibbity toilet.
The guy's
I
name,
mean,
I
know what you mean. The guy's name was that, but it's referencing the skibbity toilet meme. I just haven't heard that in a hot minute. Last time I heard that was like, I think a year ago.
I don't even understand what it means anyway. So, like, I'm an old fart, so I don't understand what these kids are talking about anymore.
I've seen the clip. It's just like a funny little meme video, essentially. Yeah, you talk about like wanting to find talking points for like a video. Like you should not see my notepad that I have on my phone, because I got all these like random notes of like a bunch of different random facts from other games. Because I'll watch someone talk about a game and they talk about this random fact. I'm like, I should write that down for like maybe a future stream or video. And my notes are so cluttered because of that detail alone.
Oh lordy. Well,
like I knew of all these like weird fun facts when I was doing the O.R.C.A stuff like these past couple weeks.
My problem is I just don't do that. I just try to remember random facts that I remember I heard.
Yeah, I mean sometimes I remember it, but I know my memory will just blank. It's like, what was that detail again? So I'll just write it down just in case. It really does help, like, for when you make videos, just to write down as much stuff as you can, just to reference later.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, this whole lobby is kind of self-destructing, because that's 2 DCs now. And of course, that's when we found the opposite team, so I'm afraid that that's gonna lead us back to mirrors. Just 2 more months until you can't buy a system. I have to word it that way, because like, oh, you can buy, no. Just, no. You know, that's gonna be a trending thing on social media. Can't buy system or something crazy.
Oh gosh. I'm kind of glad in the sense let me rephrase. Watch what I'm saying here.
I was gonna say.
I don't want to say the right thing.
I'm glad I can't buy a console would be a term someone would actually say.
Well, how am I going about saying this? Like, I don't.
You're glad
really
you're not
plan
wanting
on
it at
buying
launch,
this.
kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait a little bit. I mean, I'll try to grab one if I see a pre-order and see if I can just get it.
Yeah, I definitely am gonna try my best to get the Mario Kart bundle.
But I'm not gonna sit there and lose sleep over it. As much as I want the Switch 2, my money situation is kind of in a weird limbo state at the moment.
Well,
so it's
it
just
doesn't
like,
also
I
help that
don't know.
Nintendo's taken a page out of Microsoft's book and saying if you're too broke, go buy the less expensive console. That is literally the same thing that the ex-CEO said at Microsoft for the Xbox division, like a year before he got fired. Nintendo's PR right now might as well be setting themselves on fire before they walk out and talk, because it's really terrible.
Yeah.
I am not a fan of like half the things they've been saying.
I saw that, like, okay, to get context of this, I saw that, and to be fair, I think people are maybe just a little bit exaggerating what Doug said. Now, granted, what he said was not good.
No, that's the problem.
I wouldn't say, but in the same sense, it's not to that extreme. Well, everybody comparing him to Don Matrick. The whole thing with Don Matrick that everybody was mad about was the fact that he basically blew off people from, you know, having legit concerns about Xbox One when it was launching with the DRM crap, the always online nonsense. So he's like,
and also
well,
you needed to have the Connect too.
Internet, he's like, well, if you don't have a good internet connection, we have a product for you. It's called 360. Just keep that. It's like, that's not the issue. And honestly, I don't think people understand that the console price isn't the issue.
No, I think most people agree that the console price is fine. It's the games that are the problem. Mainly Mario Kart, because Mario Kart just sounds like that's Nintendo being up their own rear ends right now. And also that like play demo thing for like the Switch 2. That also just sounds really stupid. But this happens with like every big company. Sony's still going through that problem of they have their own heads up the rear ends because of the success of the PS4. Yeah. When a company gets successful, they get cocky. This is nothing new.
I think
that's why I don't like the responses, but I know why they're saying it.
Well, I know what... Like I said, I'm not defending him because I don't really care for why he said it either. Like, if you're trying to sell a product, that's not really a good way to say
not a good way of advertising your new things, to say go buy the old thing.
Yeah.
You never want to say that as someone trying to push for new stuff.
And the problem I have with it is, and this is one reason why I've been kind of steering clear of social media, is because there's so much misinformation with it. Now, granted, this is mostly on Nintendo's fault because they can't communicate.
Yeah, they've always been bad with communicating stuff to the public.
They're not, you know, helping the situation by communicating what's real, what's not real as much. Like, I know the whole thing with the game key card. Okay, the game key card thing is, I'm getting so sick and tired of people like saying, "Oh, well, you know,
there's misinformation for that."
There's misinformation. I said, how is this game key card thing any different than any modern AAA game that comes with a disc and you have to install the game as soon as you put it in the disc?
It's not even different what they're doing right now with the Switch 1. Like, how many games have there been for the original Switch that is just like a piece of it on the cartridge and then most of it's been a download code? Like, this is nothing new, even for the Switch.
Or just to install it as soon as you pop it in.
It just it devalues the physical, but if that's the case, just don't buy it physically. Just simple.
Yeah, just don't buy it physically.
If I see a game card be the exact same as the digital copy, I'll just go for the digital at that point. It won't matter to me.
The whole thing with that's been making me angry is the fact that there's so much misinformation and people running around with it that Nintendo's is tacking physical copy. I said, no, they're not. They're literally doing what everybody else is doing.
I'd say they're literally the only company that cares about physical at this point because they're not launching a SKU of their console yet. That is not able to play physical media.
Yeah.
They're still making a version that has it immediately and not as an add-on. So they're one of the few companies that still actually think about the physical stuff because they're a Japan company, and Japan still loves physical media. Some of their more profitable sales for games are from the physical department, not the digital side. So that's why they'll continue it for now. It might not happen in the next 10 or so years, but for right now, they're still pro-physical. But it's just the game card thing is nothing new. I don't think people understand how it actually works.
I don't think people understand how that's working, and honestly, I'm getting sick and tired of seeing. And I'm calling out these creators too. These creators that are making clickbait videos and all that other stuff, saying stuff.
There's so many of those I've been blacklisting this past couple weeks.
Like the whole thing with the whole $90 physical games. That's bull. That is nonsense. What are you getting your information?
Yeah,
you know what the
that's
problem
misinformation because of certain territories. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's not $90. $80 isn't better. Trust me, I understand that. I'm not making that argument. That's a whole different sentence. Quit that. But it is not $90. You can't read. That's the problem. Is you can't read.
Technically. To be fair, we're talking about Nintendo fans here.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a sentence.
You can't read.
We just have a lot of them here.
You can't read the difference between a $sign and a euro sign. That is the problem.
Yeah, like as soon as they announced the price for the system, the first thing I did is I put that into a price calculator, and then from there I don't take it verbatim because it's not going to be exact. You got to do some conversions in your head, like do some math. You can't take things like word for a different currency and say, "Yep, that's ours now." That's not really how prices work.
Yeah, that's why I've been kind of like I'm trying not to talk too much. I want to talk positively about the Switch 2 because I am excited for this console. I want this console. This console sounds
it looks
good,
sick.
and I'm really excited for the Switch 2. I've been excited for the Switch when it first came out, but I'm really excited for Switch 2, and I don't want that positivity to get faded because of all this nonsense. Like, granted, like I get it. High prices is bad. Trust me.
I think what's stressing me more is just the current world events for it, not actually the system or its build up. And there's nothing to be done about that.
Like, high prices suck. I get it. But in the same sense, it's like, it's trying to teach, I need to learn to quit worrying about FOMO. This thing right here is literally just FOMO. And I'm just, like, I'll get the game when I want to get it. Okay? If I can afford it, I'll get it. If I can't, then I'm just gonna wait a little bit until I can.
Yeah, and even then, you still need to play every new release too, because it just sometimes may not be interested in that specific product, and you'll find out the hard way if you buy it and don't like it.
Yeah. Like,
side topic, bring back demos, please. Like, come on.
Yeah. I was talking to Amber about, I was like, okay, the reason why I was so excited about when we watched this Direct is the fact that I literally was talking about playing some of these games that were shown on, like, earlier on different consoles. It's like, oh, I was literally talking about, I'm gonna go pick up Elden Ring at some point, because I kind of want to play Elden Ring. Ever since I finished Bloodborne, I've had the Souls itch. Want to play the other Souls-like games.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh, I don't have Elden Ring or its DLC and everything else. So I was like, okay, so I'm gonna, that'd be a birthday idea and everything else to come and get for me if you want to get me any birthday idea. And then we watched the Direct and saw, oh, Elden Ring's coming to Switch too. I said, well, there's something I can get for my Switch.
Yeah, there you go. Because I was gonna say, I hear it's actually pretty alright to play on Steam Deck, but that's definitely gonna play better on Switch too, 100%.
Yeah.
So that is probably a really good game for Switch too.
I was like, I want to get Elden Ring, and plus, not from what I gather, I looked at it, all the DLC's included on it. So I was like, okay,
so that's going to be the ultimate version of the game. Don't have to worry about buying anything extra. Perfect.
Yeah, don't have to buy anything extra. And I looked at it, I was like, I haven't bought Cyberpunk. I'm like, okay, I'll go get it too.
Still don't, by the way. I'm hearing from press releases that the game is running in performance mode at 40 frames on the Switch too. It's like, yep, that game's still as unoptimized since 2020. They can never get the game to run past 30.
but
Also, can we
only...
hit pause for a second? Because I got to change out a wire here. For people wondering, I'm getting a lot of audio pops from this. My HDMI splitter is just really terrible. I need to get something different. So I'm going to at least plug in the source to the capture card instead. That should fix some of the issues. I'm just going to hit stop for a quick second. Yeah, you can continue what you're saying. I just wanted to make sure we didn't continue anyways.
From what I gather, Cyberpunk's never run well anyways. The only console that it's ever run well on is PC.
And even then, that's with a big grain of salt, because even with like the 50 series cards, it's still seeming to struggle if you turn up all the settings.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, it won't bother me as much. I don't have it on any other thing. I haven't bought the game, and I was like, okay, that could be an idea to get for the console. You know, it's like I was just thinking about all these stuff because there's a lot of stuff that was announced in that direct. I was like, okay, well, I don't have that game yet, so that might give us a chance to, you know, pick it up at some point. Excited for Bravely Default Remastered and everything else because, you know, I really like Bravely Default. I haven't finished it yet, but that's just because it's the end game is stupid. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm excited for that. I want to pick that up. It's only $40, so it's not even going to be that much. I heard Street Fighter 6 looks better on Switch 2 than it does like on the PS5, which is weird. I see Lester's like left the building. I see his chair is empty. He's turned invisible. Where's Lester at? I know he's fixing up wires at the moment. I'm just waiting for to hear a thud, and I'm gonna be like, "Ow!"
Thankfully, no. So, rewiring things on the fly like that, you know the fun part? When you use all the exact same HDMI cable between systems, so it's like, where's the blue wire go? You fool, there's like 4 of them. Oh no. I plugged in the output of one of them to the in port, and I had no idea why I wasn't getting a picture. Like, you guys got it. I couldn't see anything. I flip-flopped 2 cables. It's fun. Alright, that should at least like calm down some of the weird like pops that I've been hearing, and you guys are also hearing on stream too. I swear, man. I definitely am probably gonna put that company on the blacklist because every product I've had from them is buggy at best.
What company is it?
I can't remember the name. I think like O.R.E. O-R-I-E.
Okay.
Which sucks because it seems like the first name that pops up anytime you look up HDMI anything on like Amazon. Like splitter, matrix, hub, switcher, stuff like that. Like, oh, good. That's not fun.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Switch 2 a lot, and I'm really wanting to get it. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna get it on launch, just because this has been a hard year for finances. So it's like, I don't want to put myself in a hole if I can help it.
Dude, this past month especially has been really stressful when it comes to that, without really going too in detail with current world events. I'll just say the TLDR is world event bad. There, that's it. That's the sentence. But yeah, it's been a lot of things that's like gotta get now, or upgrade this, replace that before you can't buy it in a month or a week or tomorrow or literally right now. Like, I really love this whiplash economy we've been having. Love it so much, I have a headache every day. That's how much whiplash you get.
I'm just kind of having a, you know, ride on the seat of my pants anymore.
Yep, I hate that feeling, but that's where we're at.
It just sucks, dude. Like,
Yeah, current states are just
I've been
terrible.
kind of struggling a lot financially. I think I've talked about this plenty of times before. But the past year has been really kind of hard on me to financially because I'm trying to fix up my credit, and I'm trying to do it with a company right now, and they're helping me fix it and everything else. But the thing is, though, I have to pay them every paycheck a certain amount of money, put in this pool so they can make these arrangements with the credit card companies that they're trying to help get settle my accounts with. So a portion of my paycheck is going to them. So that's what's been kind of kicking my butt with the finances lately, and trying to take care of everything else that they can't cover. And with grocery store prices going up as much as they are right now, it's just been difficult.
Yeah, as I say, economy bad. That's the sentence, because it's just, yeah, no matter how you look at things right now, it doesn't even matter your financial state, it's just been terrible for pretty much everyone involved.
Yeah.
Like, I really hope things change in a positive, because I'm tired of them changing in a negative this past year. It's been a hot mess.
Like tonight, I completely forgot that I was like, well, I forgot the Splatfest was happening. I was gonna try to stream tonight to see if I could, you know, I know it's wishful thinking, get some money back for it, but I forgot we were doing the Splatfest, and I don't want to do that to you, Buster, whenever we do.
I mean, it wouldn't matter. I would have just like done this for like maybe an hour or two and just raided you if you want to still do it.
Okay, well, I'll try to remember that from now on, but I just don't.
I've done that
like
before of some of these other events.
I don't like streaming on nights that other people are wanting to do a thing. So like that's why I don't like stepping on toes. I think that's the word I'm trying to look for.
I get what you're saying. Thankfully, all of our audience are like we share a lot of the similar audience, so I understand like that problem of like I don't want to go when someone else is going because people are watching that person, they can't watch me, or vice versa. But then also sometimes we have our own set of people and they want to watch only that specific person. So like maybe they just want to watch you or not me. So yeah. that's always a struggle as being a streamer, trying to figure out how to do your schedule around your mutuals. So it kind of works out best for everyone.
Yeah. And that's not even my problem. Is like I don't think about it as like, oh, people coming and seeing me. I don't care about that. I'm worried about taking people away from other people. That's what my problem is. Because I don't want to do that.
Like, how dare you take all my lurkers? They're all gone. Now they lurk somewhere else.
But
they're
yeah,
lurking in a dungeon.
Well, I'm gonna try to resume Pikmin next week. I know it's been like a couple weeks since we last streamed, but things have been difficult this month, so that's why I haven't. Yeah. It's been kind of hard to motivate myself to stream past month, but that's okay. I'll try to do it again next week.
Yeah, again, it's just been a weird, I would say just a weird year in general, trying to keep up with a lot of stuff, just because of the constant changing. It's been a whiplash year period.
Yeah,
I've just taken every day at a time for that reason. Okay, I was worried for a minute there, because that long pause is usually how we see an error has occurred message. Now, it's a long pause because I had to hit us with depression immediately afterwards.
Yeah, after we're done streaming tonight, though, I'm probably going to go and try to record my videos for this week, because I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I need to like edit more of the stuff that's going up now, because I only have the X side for that Maverick Hunter content done. I gotta still touch Vile, and I know Vile's the ones that gonna take me a minute, because those videos are gonna have a lot more work, to say the very least.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I gotta work on those kind of videos. Makes a random Sonic Unleashed video for League instead, just because it's trying to motivate me back into editing, and then I don't actually edit after the fact. So what's the point? It's a very, very weird problem when the sentence doesn't end.
it was funny because like the other night, Amber's like, Lee uploaded something, and I was like, oh really? And then I thought it was like, because at the moment we've been like what, Tuesday, Thursday, no, not Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's just been the multiplayer stuff.
Multiplayer stuff, and then I was like, oh okay, so what happened? And then I looked at it and said Sonic mod showcase. I was like, Sonic Unleashed mod showcase. I was like, and then I saw freaking Ben drowned on the thumbnail.
Yep.
I was like, oh god, sir, what did you
Right
do?
there shows you what you're getting into. That Clocktown mod is really good. Also, you can beat it in less than 20 seconds, so you know what you're doing. So it's also a good speedrun level. I just laughed. This is why like the video kind of was like a perfect thing to happen. I just had so many weird what the heck moments happen in that said showcase that was just worth making a whole video out of. Like, literally within the first minute, I'm showing off Green Hill Zone from Sonic Generations. I get halfway through the level and I clip through the floor and I can't get out. It's like, oh, okay. And don't even get me started how many weird deaths that weren't deaths that happened in Apato's Night Unleashed.
I just like that we call the Wii version Unleashed.
Yeah. Even though it's like, hey, don't forget about the PS2 version. Everyone tries to because it looks like butt cheeks. Just play the Wii version instead. It's not as bad, it just looks way worse by comparison, but it's the same game. And they're solid versions of the game, too. I honestly, the only problem, which is why I always go back to the HD version of Sonic Unleashed, I just personally hate how daytime Sonic controls in that. He just controls like a stiff tank. So it's really hard to go back to that version of the game when you play like all these other 3D boost games now, and it just, even like Sonic Forces controls better by comparison. In that game, there's not much to control by comparison, so that's saying a lot.
Well, the problem is like, I like Sonic Unleashed, like, for like the most part, like, yeah, I agree with you, it's really stiff to play it. Thankfully, you can play with a GameCube controller in that game, in that version.
Yeah, because at least if you're gonna play that, play with the classic controller, the GameCube controller, and the Wii one, just because most controls are bad.
But and Warhog, you know, he works fine on Unleashed. My biggest thing that the Unleashed has over the HD is definitely the boss fights.
Yeah, and almost every single boss fight, if not all of them, are just better on the Wii PS2 version.
Yeah.
Although I do still laugh, though, if you have max strength, or at least close to max strength, for the first Werehog fight, the Dark Gaia Phoenix, you can beat that thing in 30 seconds with, like, 2 punches. So, it's not much of a boss fight at that point, more like just a bully fest.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more you do, like, the one specifically in Shamar Knight, like, that boss fight just sucks in HD, but it's actually a solid fight in Wii. And don't get me started about the final boss. Dear God, ugh. I was not surprised to find on Game Banana there was already a mod that just skips the entire Colossus phase and goes straight into the supersonic part in the fight. I'm not shocked someone already made that, because everyone hates the Colossus phases. Although learning that you can duck under the rocks makes that part a little more bearable. Don't even bother punching, just try to go under the rocks.
Wait, you can go under the rocks?
Yeah, you have to bait them, but when Dark Gaia gets the rocks out of the fire sea there, that's your chance to like, go up to the top of the screen, and as soon as the rocks are thrown, start moving down. Because by the time they get to you, they're going to be too high and you can go under them. So that's what you do. You just try to go under all the rocks. Never try to punch them.
I always tried to...
Yeah, I only learned that recently, and knowing that specifically makes it way better of a boss fight, even though it still sucks. Just because the punches, half the time, you don't actually get the punch. Because of how slow it is, so you get hurt. So what's the point of the punch? Also, one thing is, that really bugs me there, and I'm gonna hate it when I eventually play that game to like get all the things, is that your first attempt does not count towards the ranking. You have to do the final boss fight twice because the first time does not give you any score. The second time will give you a score for a rank. I don't know why they designed it like that. I've never seen any other Sonic game that does that. I don't remember if the Wii PS2 version does. It's just a very weird design decision. Like, it's just there for story purpose, and then that's it. But it still has a rank, so play it again, Forehead.
Play it again, Forehead.
It's so dumb. I don't understand, man.
It's okay. We can play Pickle Unleashed.
Oh man, dude, for the April Fool's joke, I wanted to do that so bad, but the guy who made the Pickle Unleashed mod delisted it off Game Banana, and I was so sad. I'm like, I want to play the whole game with this guy, but nah, it's gone. So instead, I settled with just Sonic Man and Donkey Kong. Oh no, the downgrades.
I wanted Pickle.
I used to have that as a mod for Sonic Generations. I'm playing through just the levels there for modern Sonic as Professor Pickle. So it's like, ah man, if only I had that, maybe it could work in Sonic Unleashed instead. Who knows? Also, nice PSA. If you're wanting to play the PC port of Sonic Unleashed, do yourself a favor and play with the Miku mod. It is pure cinema. Especially the ending. I love the ending having the credits replaced with her singing.
I don't know. She made the final boss fight pretty bad though.
Not really. It's the exact same.
Exactly.
Well, then at that point, you play with a mod that skips the Colossus stuff, and then boom, just do Super. We got another fix for you, because there's a mod for that. Any complaint you have for something, there's a mod for that now.
Isn't that PC gaming in general, though?
For the most part, yeah. That's why people love it so much, because it's just so customizable. To be fair, there's a fix for that, not even a mod for that. For the biggest complaint most people have going back to Sonic Unleashed for the daytime stuff at the very least, there's a code that lets you move the homing attack button from X down to A. So it controls like every other 3D Sonic game at that point. Which is funny, I actually prefer playing with X for homing attack, but I'm also that guy who takes advantage of the M speed, D speed, so I kind of mash the jump button sometimes, and that screws me up. But for casual's sake, it's fantastic to have a code that just swaps the button to something else. Like, that version of the game is just such an amazing port in general. Like, it's just so insane to see all these, like, recompiled versions of games as of late. And just how well they convert it to PC. Not even just like with mods, just like with standard features. And then what does that give you? High or low options, that's it. Good, have fun. Figure it out yourself, buddy. You can run on a potato or you're running on a 5090. There's no in between.
My biggest problem with that is the fact that if Sega does decide to do a remaster of Sonic Unleashed, let's just say they do.
I really hope so.
I really hate that this thing exists for that sole reason, because it's going to be compared to that.
I mean,
that's all it's going to be.
That's unfortunately what people will do, even though you really can't. Because a remaster will be going through and actually like touching up a lot of stuff, which you can't do with this version.
Yeah.
I think it's
like,
actually a really good thing that we have recomp and that we can get a remaster, just because if the remaster is bad, you always have the recomp to fall on. But if this is better than the recomp, then you'll just play the remaster. Like, having options is always nice. I just know the fans may not see that way.
That's what I'm saying, is like, it's not like... My problem is if somebody wants to play, like, remaster, like if they stream it or something like that, you know, people are going to sit there and start bullying said person, saying, well, why aren't you playing the recomp? It's
well, then they
better,
get banned.
blah, blah, blah,
like, those kind of people don't deserve to exist in chats if they get to come in and immediately harass people. But that's just wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't see,
that's
like,
just one of my
everyone who I watch who does stuff like that, like, all the different streamers, like, they flat out do not let that kind of stuff go by. So if you're gonna have a troll come in, they don't get to stay, which is good. Like I say, that kind of stuff is really stupid, and I think the majority of people just don't let that actually stand.
Yeah. And plus, not only that, like, you know, remaster, they have an opportunity to, you know, fix a lot of things. Like, I don't know, make the final boss at least a little bit more bearable.
Yeah, make it actually good. I know that's a hard one to ask for, but you can do it. Yeah, there's plenty of things that can do.
Don't get me wrong. The Dark Gaia final boss is probably one of my favorite boss fights in all of gaming. But good God, do I hate refighting the beginning of it.
Yeah. That's why I say that is a very common sentence. And even then, like, the Supersonic part's not that much better, but they could actually tweak it for, like, a proper remaster. Or they could just do the Sonic Generations route where they change nothing. We don't know. That's the problem. Like, Sega's track record for remastering games, that's why a lot of people are like, I'm glad we have Recomp. Because I'm afraid of what Sega would have done. Because then we have situations like Sonic Colors Ultimate, where they outsource it and it becomes a big problem. Or Sonic Generations Remaster, where they change the whole script and people don't like it. But then don't fix the actual problems of the game, like Time Eater. So, it's more just like their track record's been bad. I wouldn't have a problem if their track record was better, but yeah, I even admit as a Sonic fan, their track record's all over the place. Some of their game ports or remasters are good, and then most of them are not, just because of weird differences.
Well, that was not fun.
Yeah, it was kind of a curb stomp. Like, when we're finding error teams, not doing so hot. At least we're actually finding them again. Back to mirror matches we go, though, but at least we're finding them for the moment. Dude, I keep on getting used to looking at my camera feed now. It's like, why is it so choppy? Because I swapped it to 30 frames. I just want more light in here without having to actually have 6 lights on or something crazy. I think exaggeration, but there's 4. Close enough. I'm so impressed, though. Like, even though I had like a weird webcam shenanigan after Tuesday's session, but I'm still impressed with the quality of webcams nowadays. They're actually really, really amazing. I'm so glad we're finally past the era of a webcam looks the same as a camera that came out 20 years ago vibe. And actually have stuff that look decent for a decent price. He's allergic to mirrors. Bless you. By the way,
sneezing all day today. What, allergic to things?
Well, you're human too. No, I'm allergic to mirrors. The joke. I don't mean mirror magics. He looks in a mirror, he sneezes.
I'm excited to... One thing that I didn't really... Probably wasn't really talked about that much. I mean, I know you had to pay for the upgrade, but still. I'm just excited to play Kirby's Forgotten Land with new content.
Oh yeah. That's probably going to be one of my first upgrades I buy if it comes out around launch for the system, because I would definitely want to check out that new story. Like, Forgotten Land just as a base game is already so good, so I'm really excited to see what they add on for new story.
Forgotten Land is so good. I probably have to say it's probably my favorite Kirby game now. Forgotten Land is so good. I love that game so much.
I mean, it means a lot to me. I'm glad I actually waited, because I was going to want to make videos on it, but now knowing there's a Switch 2 version, like, yeah, I think I'll just wait for the better looking version at that point. This makes sense.
Yeah.
But, like, that game got me through a blackout for, like, a week when having no power after Ian. So it's like, yeah, that game was great to play when I literally couldn't do anything else because of a Category 5 hurricane. I don't care what they say, that's still a Category 5 here.
And not only that, it was probably a good, you know, emotional support game for you.
Yeah, except we
During
don't
that
talk
time,
about the
too.
rolling ball minigame. That one sucked. That was really bad to
Oh,
do
yeah.
on handheld mode. That sucked on handheld. Oh, man. Don't do
And
that
Kirby
in
Tilt and
portable, man.
Tumble 2. Kirby Tilt and Tumble 2 looks good. Not really.
I'm surprised they haven't tried
Oh, I
that kind of
remember.
game idea nowadays, just because they have controllers with motion control in it, so it would feel like a no-brainer.
Oh, I'm just waiting. I mean, we got Air Ride 2, so anything's
that's
possible,
true.
my friend.
We are bringing
I never
back the
thought we
older
would see-
franchises.
Oh my god, I never thought I would see Air Ride 2 in my lifetime.
I'm worried,
Not
though.
only that, but
One thing, how many more challenge achievements are they gonna put in that game? Because it was like 300 or something crazy in the original. It was terribly high. I'm worried, man. We're gonna go back to those days. No. Other than that, it's great.
I just want to see this city. I'm gonna be the city trial is gonna be like the most played thing again.
Oh yeah, 100%. Especially if that game has online out of the get-go, which I don't know why they won't have that in this age. It's gonna be fantastic to play that online. City trial with friends. Pure bliss.
I'm just glad Sakurai got a break.
Yeah, and now he's coming back rejuvenated.
He's not playing. Yeah, he's not doing Smash. He got his boy back.
Yeah, he hasn't worked on the Kirby game in like 20 years, something crazy now. It's been a very long
I'm just
time.
so glad. Like, honestly, I am so glad. I'm so glad it wasn't Smash. I'm just glad it was like something
really,
else.
we don't need another Smash right now. Ultimate's still holding people over.
Yeah, I Ultimate is probably gonna last us for a long time. Please just let it be that way. I don't want another Smash.
They don't even need to make a new one. They could just give it a Switch 2 enhancement and just use Ultimate again for a little bit. At that point, they can add new content to it if they wanted. They're already showing they'll add new content to older Switch games with Switch 2.
Just do that. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't need to do much of anything else at that point. I don't know what they can do, only because I think the third-party character budget's probably run dry. So maybe no more of those. Probably just like some first-party characters they can still pull from, which would make sense.
Like I said, I'm just happy that Sakurai is just doing something easy on him, probably easy on him.
Yeah. Compared to how the whole Smash Ultimate situation was, this is definitely a lighter kind of development, even though it's still going to be a lot. It's not going to be constant balance updates here and there like it was with Smash.
Yeah. I get excited when, like, don't get me wrong, I get excited when Smash comes around, but seeing Sakurai's other games, they're just as good as Smash Brothers, no matter what
easily.
it is.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were very divisive on the Kirby Air Ride when it first came out, but I can't tell you how many hours I spent on Kirby Air Ride alone just because the game is so fun to play.
Yeah.
And
I still have this one, like, lifetime goal, because it's just going to probably take that long, to actually get all the challenges in Kirby Air Ride done. It is a hard feat, but I want to do it because I just really enjoy the game that much.
Stream idea.
It honestly would be, but I will be real. There's going to be a lot of nothing streams if I do that. Because there's literally going to be some challenges I'm going to constantly try again and again for. Oh, man, it's one of those kind of games. I actually seen someone do that, like, a couple months ago as a stream thing. It took them a while to do all of Air Ride. I gotta show you the videos from the Dawn on the Kirby Air Ride stuff, because he did videos on the game. He made 2 videos for it, where it was like a city trial video and then one that covered both Air Ride and Top Ride.
Yeah.
And the ending of it is just a mood, just to spoil the ending. It's literally just a corpse on the ground. Actually, I'll get the screenshot of it. I'll just like flash up on the screen for a quick second. Just for that reason, it's like, it's a mood.
Yeah, but I'm like just super excited that Sakurai is doing like something like Kirby Air Ride again. Hey, dude, if there was another Kid Icarus game, I'd be the same way.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I'll just play the video on the stream, at least like the ending part, just for how dumb this is. Let me just turn off the capture for a second, so you guys can actually just see this. I'll link this in chat when I'm done. Both parts, to be fair, because this dude here specific has become one of my favorite YouTubers as of late. Shout out to the Dawn, as he's calling himself here.
I definitely do, and I definitely respect it a lot more for that.
No! No!
Don Schnack, is that his name?
And that's that.
That's the name,
After 20 years, I finally 100% at this game. All 360 achievements, 3 different modes. What do we get for beating all of it? Nothing.
And this is why it's a mood. You get nothing for 100%ing Kirby Air Ride. Literally nothing. So, yeah. That's why it would be an interesting idea. There would just be zero payoff for actually doing it. Because by the time you're done, you feel empty inside, but also accomplished.
It's just a corpse on the ground.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a mood.
He's streaming right now of, like, he's saying, playing Color
Yeah.
Splash, but by just not playing it.
Yeah, he's doing a follow-up to
Beating
what he
Color
did with
Splash.
the Kirby Sticker Star video he did. He streamed a whole playthrough of the game without trying to actually play it correctly, and this is kind of like a sequel to that. So I'll be interested to see what the video would be when he's done. Because this dude, like, he does stream stuff on YouTube and he makes a video out of it after the fact. Yeah, so I'm going to just link both of these. Let me see if I got the links correct. So that should be the first one, and this is the second one. I posted them twice. Never mind. That's the same link. So that's just video number 2. Just watch the... just watch that twice, apparently. There's the other one. I know how to link things correctly in my own chats. Now, how do I delete it? I don't think... Well, I know I can on YouTube, but on Twitch, that's a whole other argument. You can't. And I removed it. Nothing remove on the feed. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I have a button now that purges on Twitch in case someone makes a weird message or something. I just want to delete it, but it does not work for me. Which makes sense. I'm the streamer. How do you not... I wish there was a way to delete message proper on Twitch for that reason as the streamer. It's like, you can't ban the streamer. And that's essentially kind of like a glorified 1-second timeout. Funny, that guy was not the only one I saw that did that concept. I saw another video from someone else that tried to do the same thing. And it was the same problem. Took forever.
Took forever. Ugh.
It's mainly like
I gotta-
certain trials in City Trial that are gonna suck. Like, there's one specifically for getting, I think, like 3 shots with a cannon in one game. And I was like, good luck with that. That's luck. There's a lot of event-specific things where it's just luck to get the events, like having Tack show up or Dynablade stepping on you, stuff like that. Like, those events are just very random if they even exist, let alone actually doing the challenge. And it's even like eating like 10 of specific food items is also random because some of that stuff just sometimes doesn't show up. Like, eat 10 hot dogs. How do you eat 10 hot dogs when there's 0 hot dogs on the map? So
Yeah.
it's like a lot of random elements in that game, sadly. That's why making 100%ing it kind of a pain.
Yeah. What do you think about the new Donkey Kong game?
I mean, that looks really good. They're not telling us who's making it for whatever reason, but I can tell, even if Nintendo says nothing, that is the Odyssey team, because that's just the Mario Odyssey art style.
Yeah, that's gotta be
100%.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told Amber too. I said, oh, that I think the Mario Odyssey people are making that because it looks like Mario Odyssey. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, honestly, when I first saw the new Donkey Kong trailer, I'm like, that's got to be a Mario Odyssey 2 or something. Like, this just looks like Mario Odyssey. And then they showed Donkey Kong. It's like, oh, well, I'm wrong, but it's about time he gets a new game. It's been like 11 years since Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze released, so he hasn't had a new game since. Just a bunch of ports. Like, I'm really excited for that new Donkey Kong. It looks really good. And if it is by the Odyssey guys, we know it's going to be a solid time. And it's going to have a lot of content.
Yeah. I'm excited to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. I know Amber's really, really excited to play Bonanza.
And now think about it, we haven't had a 3D Donkey Kong since Donkey Kong 64, so this is huge. I kind of got scared off of like, well, I guess technically in some fashion you can say that Jungle Blast game was 3D because the bosses were 3D, but that is a stretch.
Yeah, that's a stretch. It was mostly 2D. What are you talking about?
it was a 2D platformer, really.
I like Donkey Kong's dude design. I know a lot of people are like miffed on it, but I was like, dude, he looked like the Donkey Kong in the movie.
It kind of does look like the movie Kong, and that, yeah, probably what they tried for.
Not only that, it's just like, you know, I think they were trying to take a combination of movie Kong and Rare Kong.
Yeah, probably.
Make it his own thing, so. I'm just gonna be excited. I'm just glad that a lot of people were like saying, "Oh, well, what games are not gonna be compatible with Switch 2?" And I looked at the incompatibility list that they had online, and it was just Labo stuff. I was like, I kind of figured.
Yeah, that makes sense because Labo specifically needs a very certain form factor of the Switch. So I was like, yeah, okay, that's fair. Like, it doesn't work with Switch Lite or even Switch OLED stuff, from what I understand. It just needs to be OG Switch design.
Like, who really has Labo?
Yeah, like, who goes back and actually plays with that thing? Like, at this point, most people just haven't bothered. If the cardboard's even around, that is. Now, I know, like, there are some games they're saying that's going to have some weird bugs, at least for now at launch, because it's apparently software emulation for Switch backwards compatibility. I think some of it might be hardware, but for the most part, it seems like it's emulation. Kind of like what the Xbox does with, like, 360 games. But they're going through with a fine-tooth comb to make sure games are working, from what I can understand. Like how Microsoft did their emulation with the 360 stuff. So.
And they're trying to get it all, you know, fixed up before launch, obviously.
Yeah.
So.
Although I laugh, one of the games that were on the list that had a compatibility problem was the Mega Man Legacy Collection, the first one. I'm like, those are NES games. What's bugged? How do you not run Mega Man 1? I'm sorry, but that one was funny.
Yay, we won.
I do see, like, if there are, like, emulation bugs with it, like, that's why I'll still have an original Switch model around. Like, it's not going to be the end of the world if certain games don't run correctly, because I'll just play it on the actual Switch system. I want most of my games to work perfectly on it. Oh, yeah, exactly. They actually properly share it. But I would like at least most games to work better there, because I would hope for better loading times on older games. Yeah. Metroid Dread without 30-second elevators would be massive. Like, imagine like a 2-second load on Metroid Dread. The game would be so much better to go back on repeat playthroughs for like a speedrun. That's what made that game kind of hard to go back to after a certain while. It's not that it's bad, it's just I don't want to sit around on loading times for like half of the adventure. And then Pokemon Scarlet Violet actually run at a decent frame rate. Let's go.
Metroid Prime 4 looks so good on Switch too. Oh my god, dude.
Dude, I'm really excited to play that at 4K 60. Like, you can do 4K 60 or 1080 120, but it's like, let's be real here. That's being 4K 60 day one. It's like, I do 1080 120 over here on my desk, but I'm going to be playing back on a nice comfy chair on a big screen TV. That's going up to 4K.
Dude, like, one thing that's really nice about all that is, like, not many companies can just flat out just be like, Gloaton's like, oh yeah, we got this game running in native 4K 60. Like,
yeah, most games are like,
that's a big thing.
720p upscaled to 4K if you're lucky.
And I looked at the differences, like, on the screenshots. I was like, dude, this is like night and day on the Switch 1.
It really is. That's why I'm definitely going to want to play Prime 4 and Switch 2 over the original. It's not the original, it's going to look bad, but when you compare it, it's going to be like, why would you bother?
I'm probably going to get the Switch 1 copy of Metroid Prime 4 because I don't know if I'll have a Switch 2 by then.
Well, you also can upgrade it, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like I'll probably get the upgrade pack and everything if I can. And plus, I think it's mostly free if we have it. So if I remember correctly,
well, we at least know for the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom stuff. The other games, they have not said anything about.
Okay.
Hey, Snow Wolf Gaming, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We get wild around here.
Dude, I'm excited. I legit am so excited for Metroid Prime 4. How many years?
Yeah, I know. It's been announced 8 years ago, man. It's like, I'm ready for my Prime 4 after 8 years. I remember pre-ordering that day one, and then have my pre-order canceled. It was fun time. Now I gotta pre-order it again. That's how long it's been. Oh, I see you on Team
Hey, you remember when you pre-ordered?
No, I'm kidding. I'm actually more of a afternoon person today for getting things done, but I'm more of a night owl myself, just because that's when I have free time. But really, I don't care what team you're on in any fashion, because this is just a weird theme. It's all personal preference, which is why it kind of makes no sense for spring. But what were you saying? Sorry to cut you off reading the chat message.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You remember pre-ordering it back when Amazon had its discounts with Prime?
Yeah, that's why I was so upset they finally canceled that earlier in the year, because I still had it on Prime discount. So I was going to get it for $50 if they actually honored it, or something low. I miss those discounts in general. And Walmart doing like the $10 off when you go in the store. Like, that just died too.
Yeah, I miss that. I get why they stopped, but in the same sense, like, dude, why? It made things affordable. I got most of my games during that time period because I had discounts.
Yeah, oh man, I got so many games I didn't even know if I was going to want to play or not because it was cheaper at launch. And then, like, months later, it was more expensive than getting it at launch because it's a discount. So it just made no sense to wait. I still remember, like, I was one of those people who didn't complain too much when the controversy stuff for Kirby Star Allies happened, but I also got the game for $40 because I got the Amazon Prime discount, and then I got a second discount just for using my credit card because they were doing a promotion at the time, and it took off another $10. I'm like, I don't see what's wrong with this game at $40. It's like, wow, I was the minority on that one because most people paid $60.
I think
not much here.
I think I paid $50. I think I paid $50 for that one too. But then again, I'm a big Kirby fan. I don't have really that much complaint. I know what to expect when I'm playing those games. I don't expect them to be super long, like platformers, like 30-hour platformers. I expect them to be like like 5 hours to 10 hours at most.
Yeah. I will say that game had a bad update cycle because that's when they tried the Splatoon method of we'll just add content after the fact. It was just how drip feeding content like that just didn't work out. That wasn't the best idea. And they learned their lesson because they didn't do that again with other Kirby games.
Okay, so what I'm about ready to say might just be copium or hopium or whatever you want to call it. Maybe that's why Mario Kart World is going to be $80. They're going to add updates that basically are DLC.
I really hope so, yeah. Because Nintendo's statement of why it's so expensive is we're pricing games based on what we deem is worth, like, the experience or something like that. If they add more after the fact for free updates, then that'll kind of soften the blow a bit. That'd be great.
Yeah.
They just mainly expect people to get that with the system at launch because of it being a $30 difference. Because it's essentially a $50 game to get on Switch too, with the console.
I know, it's basically copium or hopium that you want to say that, but it's like, what? It's just a thing that popped in my head last week. I was like, what if the reason why it costs $80 is because of that? Maybe they're adding DLC-like updates to the game later on down the line.
Yeah, I mean, here's hoping for that reason, because that would definitely soften the blow, as mentioned earlier. Oh, and I have a question for you. What webcam are you going to buy? Are you going to buy the good one, or are you going to buy the one that makes no sense to buy, and it's just a waste of money? And that one specifically is the Piranha Plant one. I was so sad when I read that on the headline. What? Yeah, apparently they're making two cameras specifically for the Switch around launch. There's the main one they showed off in the Direct, and then there's another one that's a Piranha Plant, and it has like its own privacy filter by just like shutting its mouth. I'll block the lens. But the problem is, the Switch 2 camera, like the main one's gonna be 1080p. The Piranha Plant one is 480p. And there's a $10 difference between the two. Yeah, why would you buy the Piranha Plant one for $10 less when it looks 10 times worse? I'm like, why are we still making 480p webcams in the world of 2025? Why is it so low res?
Wait. What company made it?
I don't know, but I think it's like a third party being licensed out, so that's probably why. I gotta look it up.
I was gonna say, I was like, if it's O.R.C.A, that makes sense.
I wouldn't be surprised, because yeah, O.R.C.A definitely shortcuts a lot of their products to get them out there. And it's not like for cheaper, because half the time they're almost the same price as the first party crap.
Yeah, I mean, granted, there's some things that O.R.C.A does that's fine, but if it's a O.R.C.A type, you know, accessory, I'm like, okay, that might explain why it's that way then.
Yeah, I just hope that maybe they just use the standard UPC protocol for cameras on the Switch 2, which that is hopeful thinking. Nintendo probably won't. There'll probably be some weird proprietary crap with the software that'll reject other webcams. Because I would just love to plug in my own webcam to it and just like, yep, I'm good. I got a 4K 30 camera, just like hook up to that. There you go. Instantly looks better than what the Piranha Plant has.
Like, I'm sure that's probably really cute, you know, it's like, my webcam's actually Piranha Plant.
Yeah, and the fact that it has a privacy filter by just shutting its mouth, it's not only a cute thing, but actually useful. But when it looks like garbage, who cares? Because that's the most important part of a camera. How do you look on it? Because if people can't see you, why are you buying that camera to begin with? I literally talked about earlier, I'm impressed with how good webcams are, and the Piranha Plant camera is like, hold my blurry pixels.
Oh, Snowwolf, you said that supposedly you can plug in any camera?
That's why I say I hope that's the case, because I would love that.
I hope so.
Yeah, because that would actually make it so you don't even need to buy their cameras. You can just use whatever. Because so many people just have like a spare webcam probably lying around when they upgrade their old ones. Like I have an old like Logitech webcam. I got like 3 of them that's in a desk drawer. I don't use it for anything because they're so old.
Oh wait, you know what? That probably makes sense because it's probably not proprietary because it's just a USB-C port.
Yeah, well, because it has proper like data connection with it and such. If it just uses standard protocol, dude, imagine you're gonna be that one friend rolling up. It's like, all right, you ready to play a new Mario Party? Hang on a second, I gotta set my camera. Then he pulls out the DSLR with the mirrorless lens on it. It's like says I'm gonna capture card. It's like, dude, why are you using a $3,000 camera to play Mario Party? Because I can. Dude, someone's gonna do it if that is just you can work with any USB webcam. It's like, well, that counts for capture cards then. Plugs in a $3,000 camera.
I just thought about that because I was like, if it's just a regular USB-C connection on top of the console, I said it wouldn't be that. I mean, surely they wouldn't have compatibility issues if it's just a regular USB-C port.
That's why I would hope not. But again, like Nintendo's weird with their specs. Like with the console specifically, with the Switch 1, the power draw might be like through the USB-C protocol, so it could work with any charger. But it's such an off-spec thing, so they're using the standard, and then they modified it for no reason. So Nintendo is known for also going outside of the wheel, even with things that they probably shouldn't touch. So that's why I hope that's just like, no man, don't put like a random lock on it needing a specific code to work. That'd be stupid.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I got the answer. If you just Google it, it comes up and says, it's on the website, apparently. Yes, any compatible USB-C camera can be used on Nintendo Switch 2.
Alright, that's good. So at that point, then you can use anything. And it doesn't even need to be a USB-C webcam. Just get like a little dongle. Like I have this one here. I can just show it. I have this thing, which, it's going to be kind of hard to focus on the camera. Let me pull up my monitor so I can see myself better. I got this, which is a USB-C. Wow, it really does not want to focus. There you go. USB-C to A plug. So you can just plug in a standard USB-A thing here, converts to C, and then it works on whatever. So you can take a standard webcam like this and plug into your phone, for example.
Okay, good.
So you can use literally anything if it's just USB-C protocol, for just USB protocol in general for a webcam. That's great. So again, who's plugging up that $3,000 mirrorless camera with a capture card to play Mario Party? Because you can. Look, man, my EVGA capture card just recognizes a webcam when I plug them in my iPad. So I'm just saying it's possible.
Yo, I got this $3,000 camera. I'm gonna hook up to my Switch 2 webcam for game chat.
I mean, we've seen dumber things because how many streamers nowadays do that for just like their face cam, and that's like the smallest thing in the window. But also, they're not making much money yet to justify buying the high camera. They just want it. Like, I've seen that for a lot of people. It's like, then this could happen on a video game console next, because someone will do it. I think people try that for the PS4 or PS5 for streaming too, because you can just use any USB camera. I think for those.
I really wonder how that mic's gonna work. I know they said they got noise filter technology in there, but I'm wondering how good it's gonna be.
Yeah, dude, it's reminding me of a parody video I saw the other day. I gotta share it with you later, but someone did that chat thing with a parody where they're just listening in the voice call. The guy turns on the blender in the background, but the video doesn't cut out the sound. So the guy's just yelling, "What? What are you saying? Pat? Pat?" Because all you hear is a blender. Because, yeah, they say there's going to be noise suppression, but here's the problem. Most people are going to have that system right next to their TV. And what's the biggest problem when you use a microphone next to speakers? Feedback. What are you doing? Putting your microphone right next to your speaker when your console's next to the TV. I don't see that sounding great if the noise suppression doesn't work correctly. Like, I've used some noise suppression that works pretty well, and then others that make you sound like you're coming out of a toilet. So, you're very hollow and very hard to understand. So I hope it's good. We won't know until it's out.
Yeah.
If they're using an NVIDIA chip, they might just use their, like, NVIDIA voice stuff. And we've seen how well that works. I just noticed the toe names. Those are disgusting. Dear God. We don't talk about the toe guys.
Oh, and apparently the bad frame rate of the screen share was not the internet, like everybody said it was. This is actually how the console runs.
I had a feeling. Yeah, like, it looks like garbage, but I'm also not too surprised. Trying to stream any kind of, like, game feed that's actually playing on the system without lagging it, you're going to have to make a compromise somewhere. So it's going to be on the quality of the feed.
And not only that, like...
Have you heard of Discord?
Game chat. Yeah. If I'm using game chat, I'm probably not going to be, you know, actively using the game share feature all the time.
Yeah. Something like that you turn on when you want to show someone, like, a cool moment in the game, and then you probably turn it off after the fact. Or you have, like, one person streaming their feed. You don't have, like, 4 feeds going at once. That makes it even worse on the lag. Because I'll do that once in a while. I get in a call. It's like, hey, you want to see this cool thing? Turn on the feed, show for a bit, and turn it off. I'm also in that unique environment. Like, look, if I want to show someone me playing a game for a long period of time, I'll just boot up the live stream on Twitch and YouTube. So, there's that.
Yeah.
I get paid for playing video games now. The Switch doesn't pay me, I pay them. Because you can't use the chat stuff unless you have a Switch Online, which I was not surprised to hear that fact. Because it's going through their online backend. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's also kind of why console subscriptions for internet-based things have been bad since minute one. But it's also expected. But yeah, I found the article that talked about the Piranha Plant thing. The Switch 2 camera is 1080p. Piranha Plant is a hot 640 by 480. It's not even widescreen, man. It's a square. Like, why would you buy the Piranha Plant one? It doesn't make any sense. And again, it's only like a $10 difference from what I understand. So you're getting it just because it's cute looking, and that's it. It's kind of a worthless camera. You hook that up to your computer, and your friends are gonna be like, I can't see you. You're nothing but blobs. Fuck, man, I'm just using my Piranha Plant.
Sorry.
It doesn't have AI tracking, but instead it has a mouth that shuts. It's so cool. Your friend's gonna be over here. It's like, I got the AI tracking webcam that's on the gimbal. What do you have? My webcam has a mouth that closes. All right. Does that do anything? Not really. It looks cool.
I guess my biggest problem anymore is like, is there's so much controversy about this whole console right now because of the whole price situation and misinformation going around online. It's just like, I'm kind of glad. I'm just kind of glad that, you know, the community I surround myself with, I can talk about this stuff in a peaceful manner without somebody, you know, claiming, oh, you're just a shill, blah, 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 blah. You have fun paying $80 games. Like, I get it. It sucks. But in the same sense, like...
Dude, I'm not paying $80 for new Mario Kart. That sounds stupid. By the way, you play Black Ops 6 at launch? That was sick. It's like, that's the same crowd.
Yeah.
The same crowd has been complaining about the price. Like, guys, you buy these games on day one that are more expensive, actually. Because they have, like, all these season pass crap.
Yeah,
so
or...
This is nothing new. Just vote with your wallet. Just don't even talk about it. Vote with your wallet.
Or buy the fifth Last of Us re-release. The one that came out this week.
Yeah, I've seen controversy with that, but I'm like, dude, this is the first time where they actually re-released the Last of Us stuff, and it actually doesn't make, like, it's not the worst idea, because it's just the two games bundled together for $110. You break it down, it's like $55 a piece. It's cheaper than when the games came out standalone.
Yeah.
It's just a bundle, that's it. Why is there controversy over a bundle of all things?
I don't know. Yeah. It's just how many times it's been re-released.
Yeah, I think it's really just that. People are just tired of seeing the game constantly being released. But you know they did that because the show is premiering in, like, what, a couple days? Because Season 2 is ready to launch, so that's why. By the way, I can't remember the actor's name. I think it's like Pedro or something. I'm going to feel bad for him. If you know Last of Us Part 2 story, you know why. I'm going to feel bad for how long he's going to be on that show, or how little, depending on how they wrote it in. Because again, if you know how that story goes in Last of Us, unfortunately, the main character for the first game doesn't stick around.
Pedro Pascal, that's the guy's name.
Yeah, I couldn't remember that last name. He makes for a really good Joel. I heard they got a different person for Ellie, and I think some of the wording from the articles I was reading kind of sounded condescending, but it makes sense when you think about it. They wanted someone different for the role because there's like a 5-year time gap between the first Last of Us game and then the second game. So Ellie looks significantly older. So they couldn't use the same actor again for that role because she looks the same. So the time gap just doesn't make any sense. They need someone that looked a little older. If that makes sense, honestly. Again, a lot of people were wording the articles wrong. They made it sound like we just didn't want her back because I don't like her. It's not the wording the director said. Oh, I saw that. Thankfully, I caught it in time. Hey, 100x, let's go. You got kicked from the lobby because your name disappeared.
Are you kidding me?
To be fair, I just saw it, so I was able to close it immediately. So nothing really happened. Again, that's why I'm excited for the Switch 2 actually having a different network card that I hope doesn't suck.
I could
As
have
long as
been in
Nintendo fixes their
100x.
servers, this would be great.
I could have been in 100x, but no.
Yeah.
That's alright, I'll wait.
All I got is
here.
disappointment in mirror matches. What were the other things? I can't remember what the other stuff they buffed in the patch. I haven't played since they've done the patch, so I don't know. Just gonna look up the update history. There you go, how the update. Actually, I'll go to Incopedia, because that'll just be an easy way to break this down. Because they have up and down arrows if there's buffs and nerfs. Oh yeah, I already used one of the other things that buffed. That was the splashdown. So let's just try Zuka. I need to try for special. Everything else was like increased shot by 3% or 5% or speed or distance. Like for the most part, it's just very minor tweaks. So this patch was kind of a eh. At this point, they're all going to be eh because they're just balancing.
So wait. Did you quit out of the 100X?
No, there was no game. It literally just kicked you while we were waiting around for a game to start, so I just immediately canceled the room. I didn't have to do anything.
Okay. I thought you said something about 100X. That's why I was like, what?
No, you did. You're the one that said that. I didn't mention 100 at all.
I thought I said. Okay, I'm getting confused. I must have. I'm literally gaslighting myself. I'm so sorry.
That's fair.
Never mind,
I do
just
that
forget
all
what
the
I said.
time, so I know the feeling. Yeah, nothing I'm reading here is actually catching my eye, so I think I'll just pick whatever. Because all these weapons are just like, we increase some distance or some damage by like a very small fraction. You probably won't notice, but it's actually pretty helpful. I'll try Junior for that reason.
That's a lot of damage.
Because they increased this thing's shot by like 3%. So it fires 3% faster. And it extended the flight distance, which if you don't know what that means, good luck, because we're not going to tell you what that means. I think it just means it has like a slightly further range by a very small margin to a point where they're not even telling you what it is. So it makes it a little bit more consistent to hit someone. I usually, like, if I just want to know what the patches are going to do, I usually just watch the patch video that comes out from ProChara, just because they actually do a breakdown of the stuff with mock-ups and simulations. They actually understand what they changed. Give him credit and his editors for actually showing the stuff that they changed in these patch notes, because half the time you don't know what the heck they mean in these notes. It's like when a fighting game updates and it says, guy punches harder, but you don't know by how much. So seeing someone do a breakdown to show it does this much extra damage and here's the knockback you get. It's like, you need those kind of videos in the competitive stuff. Companies don't do the best job at explaining their own patches. I mean, Nintendo's patches are famous for improving stability. What does that even mean? My Switch is so stable right now, it's overloaded.
My Switch is so stable, it doesn't need a kickstand anymore.
That's right, I lost it. It's so stable, I lost it. How many people actually lost their original Switch's kickstand? Because I imagine that's got to be a high number. How flimsy it was.
Well, I bet you it's like the DS's stylus. How many people lost their Switch?
Exactly. I know I did a couple of them. So I bought like a couple of them over the years when that happened.
I will say though, that the Switch 2's kickstand looks a lot better.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
It's like kind of a hybrid of what they did with the improvements of OLED, but also doing its own thing. It looks pretty stable. Because I really like the kickstand that's on the OLED model. It's really good.
I do too. Just the original Switch's kickstand was just...
Yeah, I barely used it, because honestly, day one when I took it out of the box, I'm like, yeah, this kickstand has like no adjustment to it at all. It's just here or nothing, and the angle was just bad. But I had a tablet stand that already fit the Switch correctly, so I just used that instead. Because it had proper adjustability, and it was actually more stable. So, checkmate. Because it's actually really good. Just a lot of tablet accessories just kind of worked with the Switch, because it was just a tablet's form factor. So a lot of stands work, a lot of cases work. That's why I'm not buying a case for the Switch 2 when it comes out, because I already have a little tablet case that'll probably work for it. So it works with my Switch OLED.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like slightly
plus
bigger,
it's
so
the same.
it's still going to fit.
What was it? What's the... Yeah, the screen was like the only thing that increased in size.
Yeah.
Thickness is the same.
I think the thickness is pretty similar, so you might be able to get away with using the original Switch's carrying cases. It might just be a tight fit that closes zippers, who knows. That's why I'm waiting until it comes out to see its form factor to know what I need to get on cases. I'm not as worried about it like I was with the original
By the way,
Switch.
when it comes to like carrying cases, I know this is kind of a high-end brand. There's some like leather like cases I bought from a company called Waterfield Inc. They have really good case design, and honestly, they're my favorite. I bought one for my 3DS, and I bought one for the Switch as well, and they're really good design carrying cases, and I really like them.
Yeah, I'll
I don't
definitely
know.
look into that.
I don't think they sell the 3DS one anymore. Last time I got mine on like the redo, like they were repeating the sale again. But like I don't think they do it very often. But they're kind of on the high end, expensive, but they're really good cases. I really like that.
I don't care how much something costs too much. It depends on the reason, obviously, but it's more of the thing of if it's a solid product, then I would invest a couple more bucks to get something I know is going to last longer. And something like a case, I imagine, like the price difference between the cheap to the expensive, it's not going to be as big of a gap as you really think it is.
I gotta go find videos. They have a YouTube channel. I gotta go find.
Yeah. They make cases that are like the one that Nintendo has sold for like the original Switch, like the smaller, like you can fit in your pocket kind of style case, right? Like a super thin one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's what I want to buy for a Switch 2 if I need to get a new one. Because what I do specifically is when I'm out and about and I take my system with me, I have a backpack I take with me, and that backpack has these 2 pockets on the side, and the pockets perfectly fit a Switch with a carrying case. So I would just put the system in a case and then put it right in my backpack.
Here you go.
It just fits right in my little pocket.
This is the Switch case that I'm talking about. I bought this, and it has like a locking zipper, and it has like a mesh bag in the back you can put a bunch of stuff in.
Oh yeah, and that's a pretty decent size too, so that would fit in my backpack still. So that's a good
leather.
case.
It's really nice, very, very durable case. I love this case.
Yeah, no, I can see that's really good. Let me see. Purchase so I can get an idea of what they cost. Oh yeah, so I see what you're saying. The default it was setting me up for is like $88. So yeah, you're definitely paying for that premium thing. But this has so many different features for it, I can see why. And yeah, the leather specifically is why it's so expensive. If they made a version that was just flat out plastic, this would probably be like $30 tops. I wouldn't be surprised if they charged like that little.
Yeah, it has slots on the front where you can put games in, and yeah, the way that it has like a loop at the bottom, so like you can pull out your Switch easy without having to yank it out.
Yeah, that's convenient. Because I will say that is the problem with like a lot of cases. We have to open the whole thing up, and then the system sometimes doesn't want to come out.
Yeah, these cases are really good. I like this company a lot. They do really good products for like accessories like that. It has stuff. They do more than just Switch. They do like laptop computer bags and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And just regular backpacks too.
Yeah, you definitely want to invest in a pretty good quality case. Like you don't need like the top tier stuff, but just get something that's sturdy and definitely offers a lot of protection when you're dealing with a lot of portable stuff. Especially when it comes to a laptop. The last thing you want is that screen to crack in your backpack.
Yeah. I've always had a fascination ever since I was a kid with just backpacks and carrying cases and stuff like that, because I like having that stuff for my stuff that I carry around.
Yeah, it's very convenient to have a bag to carry everything.
Yeah.
Like, low-key, I was very shocked when I bought my laptop back in, like, 2017. Because it came with all this extra stuff. It was, like, no additional charge compared to just buying it new, so I just bought it with all this extra crap. And one of the things was a backpack. And I thought it was going to be, like, this $30 quality backpack that had, like, 2 pockets in it. Just be this super small thing that's worthless. But it's like the best backpack I've ever used. It's like over $100 of value. It's a fantastic bag. Having a backpack with just so many different compartments is like a must to have. Yeah.
Especially since me and Amber usually travel a lot. Well, I said travel a lot. We always go to our
usually once
house,
a year.
Which is miles a year. Usually once a year we go to our parents' house, and we, go on airplane, all that other stuff, and like having these backpacks for carry-ons and stuff like that is so good.
It really is.
Like I said, I'm really fascinated with like bags and stuff like that, like backpacks and carrying cases and stuff like that. Like, that's why I got like super excited when the Switch was a handheld console. When I was revealed, I was like, oh my gosh, I can get carrying cases and stuff like that, and it'd be so much fun to do that. And like, I get super excited over that and stuff. Because I had a carrying case for like every handheld console I had growing up. Like, I had one for like all my handheld consoles. I would have carrying cases for that I kept with me. And I remember my first one I had was a Game Boy Color carrying case, but it was like Pokemon themed, and I still have it to this day. And I remember having that all the time and everything else, carrying my Pokemon games and my actual stuff around and everything else. I really loved that case when I was growing up. I don't know. I like gushing about stuff like that because, like,
I mean, I don't blame you. We all have our passions.
It's that stuff and like guidebooks growing up because I loved guidebooks too.
Yeah.
That's how I learned a lot. That's why I like guides in general. But
I mean, yeah,
like,
early guidebooks are really good. Like all the way up until games started to come out on the PS3 and 360, guides were like amazing. Once it got to that era, the internet was a thing, so people just stopped caring. And because of that, same for the people making the books. Which was a very big disappointment.
There's been this series of videos I've been watching, and it's kind of funny. It's like, there's a content creator I watch. His name is Zero Lenny. And he did this whole, like, series of, like, playthroughs of games where he was following an old IGN, like, day one guide for like Dark Souls and stuff like that, and he's going by like what their guide says down to the nail and everything else, and it's so good. Like the way people used to type guides up back in the day is so good because they had so much personality and whatnot. And the guides and everything.
Although you said IGN guide, so I was worried for a minute. It's like, wait a minute. So they told them to do all the wrong stuff because they always got their stuff wrong in walkthroughs.
I gotta go find the. I legit gotta go find the video. And
I've seen a lot of videos like that. Like I've seen people play like Mario 64 Prima Guide or like Sunshine Prima Guide and such. Like play it exactly how the guide told you to play, which sometimes was not good because it took you in very weird orders. But just watching people go step by step because of how detailed the guides were, it's like, man, I wish we still had those kind of guides in today's world, since they are really, really detailed and very helpful for a first-time player. Nowadays, you just look up a YouTube video for the same thing, but it doesn't really have that same oomph to it, and sometimes also you can't find what you're looking for. Like, I'm doing research on, like, an upcoming series I want to do for stream, and I'm like, I need to find some guides on where to collect these items, because it's going to be another 100% run of something, but there's, like, no good guides for it. Which is dumb. Like
Speaking of not good, this disconnect, I was going to say.
I found, like, one good set of videos that show me where all the collectibles are and levels, and it's like, it was so hard to find that, because I found so much for other games, and then, like, this one specific, because it's a Wii game. Like, 1 or 2 people that make guides on 100%ing it, which is stupid. Finally, no mirror.
I know.
It was worth disconnecting the last game for this.
It's a miracle.
Isn't that a Pokemon move? Or am I just thinking of Miracle Matter, which is like a Kirby thing?
Yeah, Miracle Matter is a Kirby song.
Yeah.
It's like the penultimate boss from 64 Crystal Shards?
I believe you're right, yes.
Yeah.
Many years since I last played it, so I have to think about that too. I need to play the
like
whole like Dreamland trilogy, like the Dark stuff. I can't remember what's officially called by fans because I played
Dark
Dreamland
Map,
3 and Dark Map Trilogy. That's what it was. I played Dreamland 3 and then I played 64, but I have not played Dreamland 2, and that's where it's supposed to start. So that's like the one I haven't touched, and of course it's the beginning. So it's like a weird order. I did 3. Well, technically in terms of story order, 2, 3, and now 1. I'm going backwards for what I finished that series. To be fair, there's no easy way of playing Dreamland 2 at the time I was playing through the series, because you have to emulate it or own a copy. That's it. But I think now Dreamland 2 is on like Switch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't Dreamland 2 on MSO now?
Yeah, so I just played through that. I do believe it is. Yeah.
I know Dreamland 3 is.
Yeah, and Dreamland 1 I'm pretty sure is as well for the Game Boy. I know they just recently added Tetris, both the NES version and then the Game Boy version.
They just added some more Sega Genesis stuff this week, so
yeah, I seen that. One of them I think was Streets of Rage, which is actually a big deal.
Yeah.
That person walked into my bomb. Why? I feel bad for the side because they're just getting wrecked by a Splattershot Jr. in their home and they can't leave.
Is this another team, or we're not playing mirror match?
This is a different team. Yeah, no, we're actually fighting our opponents. I almost got my health back. I shouldn't have jumped over there. I didn't realize there's that much commotion. Run. Nope. Okay. Nice trade. Kind of. 'Cause I couldn't tell if that was the roller that died that killed him or the new roller that showed him. Because there were 2 rollers on top of a corpse. Fun when you have mirrored weapons on your team. You don't know who's who.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I was actually going really well at one point, and then it just kind of fell apart at the 1 minute mark. I say, I notice our team kind of struggles when they actually fight the actual opponents because we're so worn out fighting ourselves. We don't pay attention, and we realize, oh crap, we gotta actually try.
Yeah.
As always, the deficit when you're the popular team because you never get to fight the other side. You kind of forget. Like, you forget how it feels. We're a good list for these games, or I just gotta deal with our website. Yep, I gotta deal with the website. Okay. We're just gonna search Kirby's Dreamland and hope I find 2. I already found 1. Yeah, there you go. Kirby's Dream Land 2 is on NSO, which I thought so. That was just to confirm that from before.
Okay, good.
Okay, this page actually isn't as bad as I thought, because they show, like, a couple games right away that they use as headliners, and then they just include the entire list of what's on that service right below it. So it's not that bad. Because half the time you go to a website that a company specifically advertises for a collection, and you can barely tell what's on it. Trying to find individual game names is kind of a pain. I like using wiki articles for that reason.
Oh, crap. I didn't push. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh,
I guess
no,
you're going to
fine.
play this game by yourself.
Oh, it hasn't happened yet,
Alright.
so I can just easily back out.
Oh, okay.
The only problem is a bunch of news. But I can easily use that moment just to get up and stretch
Well.
for a minute, so I'll just do that when I get
Yeah.
back in the lobby, because it'll literally be a minute of me matching.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I got to go take the dog outside anyway, so.
Yeah, so I guess that's what we'll do. We'll take our break for right now. That'd be a good idea. So I'll get myself back in the lobby. We'll be all set. None of us are penalized for doing this. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, gonna take a quick break here, then we'll jump back into some more of this SpringFest, aka Mirror Match mode, when we get back. So stay tuned. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. All right. That was a good break. Now we're back. Actually ready to play with friends again instead of nobody. It's a move though. How many people actually work with you at night? Surprisingly many for me, because most of the other people I talk to seem to be night owls.
I mean, do you consider 4 a.m. night still, or do you consider it in the morning?
I consider that night because I'm still not sleeping. And I hate it. Help. I know they nerfed it, so let me try the S-Blast and see how much it changed. Why not? Trying something different again. Now, the other problem I have sometimes when you can't really sleep and you want to work on stuff is the fact that as soon as you do, you're never actually sleeping. But you also want to do something because you're awake and you know you're just wasting your time and you can't go back to sleep. It's such a terrible middle ground thought that just doesn't help.
I hate that I can't relate to
lose.
this because I don't have that problem. I have a quite opposite problem of, like, especially this morning. It's just like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, I can't stop trying to fall asleep, so I have to stop what I'm doing, whether it's just playing a game or something like that, get up and just do something around the house so I can wake myself up. I'm so sick and tired of falling asleep all the time, no matter where I go. That's my biggest problem, is I have the complete opposite problem.
Well, yeah, that's fair, because that's why you had to do all these like different sleep studies over the years and figure out what was going on.
Yeah. Luckily for me, I found out that I don't have narcolepsy, so... Did I tell you that?
Yeah, I remember you said that. Like, you found out more or less what's actually going on. It's not narcolepsy. Which, that's good, because that would have caused a whole world of problems. I'm glad that was not the case.
I'm glad it wasn't that either. Last I need is to be diagnosed with something like serious.
Yeah.
But it's crazy because one of the tests that I was doing, like they did like 5 series of 5 like nap tests where I would take like a 20-minute nap and they would measure my brain waves and stuff like that. They said in the first test that I did for the nap, I fell asleep in 30 seconds. I'm like, how? How did I fall asleep that fast?
Share knowledge. I need to know how.
Crap. I don't understand that. This is what I'm talking about. My brain is just like, is always tired all the time. I have brain fog all the time and it sucks. And then I watch, like, the thing that really bothers me is, like, I watch, like, older videos of myself, and I can just, you know, I can see all the energy I have and everything else, where I don't have this problem as bad. But, like, lately, like, with, you know, everything going on, it's just, like, I legit just feel like my whole, like, vocabulary and everything has gotten slowed down and everything else, and I just, it takes longer for me to process thoughts and everything else, and I'm just like, is this related to all this? And I'm like, man, I sucks.
Yeah, I mean, being tired like that all the time could easily be related to just like the speech change.
Yeah.
When you're tired, you're not gonna think straight. How many streams have I had when I'm exhausted, and I flat out tell you on the stream? You can tell because immediately I talk weird. Like, all right, ready to yep, that's it. That's the sentence. Like, that's how you know I got like 3 hours of sleep. I'm trying my best to not fall asleep.
Yeah.
When you're tired, you don't talk straight. You're very confused. Although my experience seems like that makes for better content at the time, which is kind of a problem. It's like, do I actually want to get sleep or do I want to make this funny?
What time did you finish your last stream on Thursday?
Yeah, that one ran late because I pushed for that boss rush. I think because it was 6 hours. I started at 7, so I didn't end until 1 a.m. my time.
Oh my god.
I literally put a cap on it too, because I'm never doing the Sonic Superstar thing again, where I bang my head on the wall until I just finish. So I literally put a cap on where if I couldn't do it this attempt, I'd stop. And that one attempt I said that was the final attempt I won. So I thankfully got to finish the boss rush mode after it not technically working. It's funny, not long after you left, I ran into a game-breaking bug and maybe swap versions. So there's a bug. I don't know if it's because of how I patched it or it's just a bug with the 9.0 port right now for Ship of Arcadian. But if you do the boss rush mode and it's specifically fighting Bongo Bongo, I found out. Once you beat Bongo, it sends you into the Chamber of Sages in the cutscene state. So you talk to Impa to get your medallion. Then it kicks you out to the graveyard. Going back into the Blue Warp has you in a loop because you do the exact same thing again. So the boss rush was impossible. So I had to downgrade my version in the middle of that so we can actually beat the boss rush. It's kind of stupid, actually. It's like, I did not know that was a thing. Because I did boss rush before, but it was with the older 8.0 release. And it worked fine there, so it's like, oh, I'm just going back to that version. I know I can beat it there. It was just funny. I go in the Blue Warp and I see Impa. I'm like, oh, that's not right. Oh no, we got a problem. Because even if I did debug stuff to cheat my way through the other bosses, it still would be impossible to finish that by playing it normally because it would never open up the Ganon portal because it's on the final boss kill. But the game would still think I haven't cleared out the Bongo one if I didn't play it as it was intended for the boss rush. It was a mess. So downgrade fixed it.
Holy crap.
It was funny. And Hyper Mode was also funny. Terrible, but funny. That's why I showed it for literally one fight. I swear. Fighting bosses on Hyper Mode might as well be like they drank 5 cans of Red Bull. They're way too fast. Ganon legitimately was next to impossible to hit him. He was just too fast. So that's why it was a 6-hour stream.
Gonna say, never gonna do Sonic Superstars for your sanity ever again.
No, that's why... I guess I have my own Games Done Quick rule, I guess, where they have the hero rule. I have the Sonic Superstars rule now, where that kind of situation is if I go too long and I know I'm just going to be here for a while on a segment, I'm going to put a cap on it. And then we can come back later, I can make into a video. Because that compromise would have been I just make a video on the boss rush mode, because I wanted that to be my last stream regardless for Ocarina, because there was nothing left to do. I wasn't going to do a boss rush stream again just to do the boss rush stuff. That would have been weird. I know they still have the Halo rule for Games Done Quick just because of how bad that one Halo run was back in, like, what was it, 2011, 2012?
Which one is it? Like, which
was
Halo
the most...
was it? It's regular.
Oh, they have a DC, so freebie. It was the... I think it was the AGQ 2012 run. They played Halo 1, and this guy was known at the time. He called himself, like, a really good, like, Halo speedrunner. He had some really good times on the leaderboards and such. But come to find out, those were all fake. He cheated in all of his runs. So he did a Halo 1 speedrun, so it's just the original game on Xbox. And it took way longer than estimate. I think the estimate was like 2 hours or something, and it turned out to be 6 or something crazy. He basically started to play it like a casual player, and it was supposed to be on the hardest difficulty, and he bumped it down, they did it easy, and still struggled. So after that situation, they made what was called the Halo rule at Games Done Quick, where they're allowed the Mercy Kill run, because we can't be here for 6 hours on one game if it's supposed to be a 2-hour run. That one speedrun alone made a whole new ruling for Games Done Quick. That's why it's like a very well-known run, even if you've never seen the run.
Little to know that runner was probably never invited back again.
No. In fact, that guy was called out pretty much immediately after that run situation happened because everyone saw right there, wait, he's not as good at Halo as he said he was. So a bunch of people started to look into his older records, found out it was cheated, and he lost all credibility, like, immediately. So since then, no one's really heard from him. I think the guy's done stuff here and there on the internet, but he's never touched Halo since. It's a shame, because the guy got really well known to the point where Microsoft themselves were reaching out to him. Like, he got to play Halo Reach early. So he was that well known, but it did not matter. Ruined his reputation just by cheating.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there were a lot of well-known cheaters back in the early, like, late 2000, early 2010 days and that kind of stuff. It's very sad. My favorite are just the ones that are just so blatantly obviously cheated that why are you even bothering trying to cheat this kind of like challenge run or speed run or whatever? Because it looks fake. The other one that always comes to mind is the Super Mario Brothers speed run that was faked, where this guy had like a heart rate monitor on the screen that just wasn't correct. And in the middle of like playing the game, he just randomly drank soda when he's trying to do some of the hard tricks, which made no sense.
Oh my gosh.
It was all clearly fake. He was just watching back a video and doing the fake playing on the controller motions to make it look real. And it became such a meme because it was so obvious.
Do you remember that like just one of the recent GDQs where they had the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance?
Oh yeah, I remember
run?
that. The guy was so cocky too because he thought the cheater run specifically was such a big milestone. It was gonna change like the space like for speedrunning in general, which was like, man, what a narcissist. And it wasn't even a real run, so what was the point? Like, it was that whole victory speech when the guy finished the run, which made it sound really terrible. So knowing it was cheated, it was like really not that much of a surprise. I know that was deleted. They didn't keep the run on their YouTube channel after the fact. It's rare when they do that.
From what I gather, if I remember correctly, wasn't that actually his run? Like, he didn't cheat like him actually playing it, just it was a re-recording?
Well, kind of, because yeah, it was him playing it, but he spliced it. So it wasn't him playing it live, it was a pre-recorded run. And even the pre-recorded run wasn't all in one segment. He did a splice in the middle of it. So he can have like this perfect boss pattern, which was impossible to get. So he faked the entire thing by splicing it together.
Okay.
If something like that is done and you call it like a LOTAD or a tool assisted speedrun or like just a demonstration thing, you flat out admit that's not a real run and it's just made as a proof of concept. People don't care, it's fine. But when you try to say that's a real thing you did while also trying to make it sound like it's perfectly possible to replicate, no, that is a big deception. People are not a fan of that. Like, I don't care for splicing. I like splicing all the time, if it's just for demonstration purposes. Watch any of my LPR League playthroughs that we've done. They're all spliced runs. Why does it look so good? Maybe because he reset 10 times trying to get the footage, and 10 times generous in some cases. God, don't even get me started with a Maverick Hunter X file video. The first part was like over an hour-long recording session, but the video was like maybe 20 minutes or something. So yeah, I like splicing, but at the same time, I'm not gonna call that a world record or anything. I just like entertaining people.
You're not sitting there trying to claim it's a real speedrun when it really wasn't.
No. I can have the perfect run of something, I'm never gonna submit that to an online leaderboard because I know that's not a real run. I just put that together for a demonstration purpose. So that would get denied instantly. And I'm fine with that because I'm not trying to make it real. Although, fun fact, I might be able to rip out the clock tower run I did at the very end of that Sonic Unleashed mod we did for the League because that was perfect. That was no splicing. So I could actually submit that. Just not from that specific video, because that'd be dumb. I spliced that literally just for the loading screen, but the actual raw clip is the exact same. No gameplay was spliced. I'm getting better actually remembering how that roll combo works to launch yourself in the air, because I always thought you had to flick the stick backwards, hit another button, and then hit the Y button. No, you just literally hold back and Y. Because doing that alone gets you a lot of height. I can't believe I can't believe back on Unleashed tangent again, but I swear it's relevant because it's just a relevant game
It
anymore.
always comes back to that.
I don't know
It just
why.
always comes back to it.
Dude, it's probably because I've just been watching someone recently stream the game trying to get everything in it. Or, not everything, but, like, a lot of the big stuff. Like, S ranks and get all the collectibles, stuff like that. So, just, like, watching them realize, wait, there's this combo that can let you do this or that. Because, like, half the combos for the Werehog, specifically, are just good for movement. Like, you do XXA or YYA on the ground. So, just 2 punches and an aerial attack. And that always just gives you enough height to make most jumps. Or you just use the drill move because it's super fast. Or you use a backflip into like a uppercut because it sends you flying. And then you just do another combo in the air, interrupt it, and boom, you grab a ledge. Like, there's so many combos specifically for that character that you can just use for movement. Which is actually kind of important to upgrade your combat almost immediately for that reason. I always like upgrading immediately up until I get the drill move, because by then I have pretty much everything else I need just to do whatever I want in any stage.
Yeah.
And my favorite combo is the one you get in the very beginning. The XYY combo, because it lets you go through any wall. You get that to start. They made a mistake.
Gee, you don't understand what power you have given me.
You really
I'll
don't.
go anywhere I want.
Jungle Joyride be a long level? Oh, that's funny. I'll beat it in 2 minutes. Rooftop Run is 30, you say? Beats it in 3. Like, realistically, hot dog missions are really easy for the Werehog when you know how to speedrun, because you can skip like half the level. The only one that's a pain is Cool Edge Night, because there's really not much you can do to skip Cool Edge Night, and it's just a long level.
And it's a very anxiety-inducing level, too.
Yeah, I mean, if
can't
you know
tell
what
you
you're
how many
doing, a
times
lot
I've
of the
fallen.
combat you can skip, but there are certain sections you still need to fight. It's mainly the ending.
Yeah.
I don't
can't tell
like
you
doing
how
any of those
many
missions
times-
until I'm maxed out now, though, but Infinite EXP glitch kind of makes that easy.
I can't tell you how many times I've fallen off a freaking icicle stalactite.
Oh yeah, the stalactites and just the
God.
poles in general are really annoying to climb because they always fall off after like 2 seconds of holding them. So you have to really be careful how long you're staying on a pole.
I'd say that level was probably the one that gave me the most trouble besides Eggman Land for obvious reasons.
Yeah, that's fine.
On hot
I can
dogs.
understand that.
Either that one or Jungle Joyride Daytime. I think that
Yeah,
one
because
also
Jungle
gave
Day
me-
is pretty hard, so I can see that. That and, you know, playing the original versions was next to impossible to do any jumps when the game ran at 10 frames per second. So you're lucky you made it through the level without taking an accidental death. It's so much
Yeah,
easier if
I
you're playing
did-
Xbox Series and not the PC port.
Yeah. I did 100% the game twice. I did it on the PS3 version. By the way, that was
Yeah.
probably the worst
I'm so sorry.
experience I've ever done.
But you
Yeah.
know what's the worst part?
Uh.
I'm thinking of doing the same thing because I just want to have the platinum on my account. I would not stream that. I'd definitely use PC or something. I just would do that in my own casual time. I just want to see the platinum because I have like half of it done already. And that was from like when
Yeah,
I played
I
it
got
back in
the-
like 2014.
Yeah, I had the platinum on Sonic Unleashed for the PS3, but I also went on my Series X and 100%ed it there, so I have all the achievements on that one too.
Yeah, now you just need to play it on PC version and do all the same there just to have all the achievements. What's that? You're going to download a 100% achievement file so you said you did it already. Cheater. Low-key, though, that version, the best version now if you want to do what's called the 100% speedruns or the all-achievement speedrun. It's kind of the same name. Because I heard nightmares of people trying to do that for multiple repeat playthroughs on Xbox Series or just even the S. Or even the Xbox One. Just anything that's not a 360 is a nightmare for setting up new accounts. Because you always got to make a new email for it. You can't make an offline account. It's always got to be tied to an Xbox account. Stupid. On PC, just go and delete your achievement file. That's it. It's so easy. On Xbox, you gotta give them your whole information. Where do you live? I want to know. I don't care how many times you play Sonic Unleashed. Tell me every time. yeah, after that PC version did come out, I did play a little bit of the PS3 version of Unleashed again because I wanted to see the difference of just, one, visual, because everything's being upscaled in PC natively, so it just looks cleaner. But also, in general, yeah, how bad was it frame rate? Because I haven't played that version in years, and yeah, dear God, it's a slideshow in some levels. Like, Jungle Joyride Day is most infamous just because, yeah, you're lucky you get 10 frames in some areas. Although I did see someone play the 360 version like a couple weeks back. They did like one combo with the Werehog and Apato's Knight, and the game ran at 3 frames. So Xbox wasn't much better. It really was not much better. It's just the only real difference is that the PS3 version had an uncapped frame rate, so it ran at whatever. But you're lucky you got anything upwards of 30 frames, so it really did not matter to uncap it. The 360 version was capped to 30 frames, so you never really saw any performance issues if it tried to run higher than that, because you didn't see it. It just felt more stable because it looked more stable, that's all. But both versions ran almost the same butt cheeks if you got, like, frame drops.
That game was too ambitious, I tell you what.
It was very much ahead of its time. Like, you play Sonic Generations and you see that's Hedgehog engine in like the back of the box and such, like there's no way this is Hedgehog engine. It doesn't run at 10 frames. They really had to optimize that just for the next game to use the same thing, because holy crap, they pushed it too hard the first time.
Didn't Colors use a Hedgehog engine?
I think it used like a stripped down version of it too, yeah.
Okay.
Because I know when you look at Hedgemod Manager, it lists the games that support that specific mod manager, and it breaks it down from Hedgehog Engine 1 and 2, and Colors is on Engine 1. Like, oh, yeah, I didn't realize it actually used the engine, because you can't tell. It ran fine. I really think, like, the only issue Sonic Colors might have had on a performance level might have just been, it was just on the Wii, so some things were a little more blurry than they should have been, but that was it. Like, it never frame dropped, it didn't have any weird loading issues, it was fine. Like I said, the only issue it could have had might have been just the console, but that's expected for 480p.
The only issue it had was a 25-minute credit sequence.
Yeah, then it got up to 40 with Ultimate for whatever reason. You can speedrun all of Hero Story in Sonic Adventure 2 before the credits are done in Ultimate. It's so stupid. Thankfully, you don't have to actually play those credit sequences. You can just skip them, and I recommend that for either version of Colors, because they're way too long, no matter which one you're playing. I think actually it lasts so long in Ultimate, the music just flat out stops. It just doesn't loop anymore because it ran out of time. They didn't extend it. Yeah, it's like I thought we already had a bad enough credit thing with Mighty Number 9. Everyone learned their lesson. No. Not really. We still have people making too long of credit sequences. I got reminded of that game the other day, and I just forget. Oh yeah, that actually did exist. That's it.
I'm playing through.
It did pretty bad. On actual sales.
It's just like it's so sad that like Mighty Number 9 kind of ruined a lot of what do you call it?
Well, I know it ruined a lot of good faith with Inafune for one, but it also tarnished a lot of like indie game Kickstarters for a while.
Kickstarter, that's the thing I was looking for. Because I'm playing through Ukulele, Impossible Lair, because I haven't played that one yet. And I just remembered how much I really liked Ukulele as a series and everything else, and I'm just like, man, Mighty Number 9 did a lot of tarnishing for the name, because like I think about the games like the Ukulele and Bloodstained, and I was like, man, I really like those indie games and everything else, and I was just like, I hate that, Kickstarter's been kind of ruined because of Mighty Number 9 in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see as many Kickstarter-based indies anymore, but I think it's also just because people have moved on from that just needing to be a factor. Nowadays, a lot of games just go early access instead, and it seems to also work just as well. Unless it's a stinker, but there's a lot of stinkers in early access, so it's not surprising.
I want to try out Ukulele when it comes out,
Oh yeah, same.
Just to see how it plays out, because I know a lot of people didn't like ukulele when it came out, but I frankly really liked it. I felt like it was
Yeah,
good.
no, it was a solid game. Like, it's exactly what I expected for a 3D platformer collectathon, made from the same people that made a game that made a Guinness World Record for how many things you can collect. Oh, well, GG's.
Yeah.
So, like, it was exactly what I expected. And I don't know why so many people were angry about how it turned out when you knew what you were signing up for.
I know.
When you look at the company's track record and what they were emulating, they flat out admitted to what it was gonna be. I was so confused.
That's what I was saying. I was like, I don't understand what you were expecting. You wanted Banjo-Kazooie, and I don't think you understand what Banjo-Kazooie was.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's really what it was at the end of the day. People just wanted something more like maybe Mario Odyssey style, but it's like, no, that's not really what this team did back in the day, and this is what they're trying to emulate.
I like collectathons. They're always so fun to play through.
Oh yeah. Like, sometimes you just want a game like that that just lets you explore everything with having purpose, because sometimes you just want to explore. And open world games nowadays are just too much busy work. At least with something like a collectathon, you feel more rewarded for your exploration, excuse me, and then all the quests make a little more sense when they have something you need for actual progression. Instead of, you found this little thing, cool, it does absolutely nothing. Find 899 more of these, forehead. Like, that kind of collection style, just get this random item that doesn't do anything but make the number go up is, like, I don't care for that style of collecting nowadays, and that's what we have everywhere. Like, I enjoyed my time with that Breath of the Wild Hundo stuff, but my least favorite part was when I had to go around collecting all the tedious crap, aka all the dang Koroks, but I wasn't shocked there, because that part sucks in any open world. Which is why I haven't even thought of doing that for tiers, and I'm glad, because now I'm getting a better version to do it on.
And you'll get your own dedicated app.
Yeah, apparently there's achievements for it, but it's locked behind that app, which is like, okay, that's kind of weird. Why do you even bother? Also, I don't care. Because I don't really care about achievements too much. They're usually busy work.
Yeah.
Or half the time, just literally 100%ing the game, and it's just a random thing for 100%. So, it's just a glorified tracker.
You know what's a useless, like, thing in an open world game that I really hated back in the day? If you play GTA 4, the collectibles of killing all the pigeons around the city.
I remember that. Yeah, the pigeons did literally nothing.
Absolutely nothing for it but an achievement. That was it. Literally.
And I don't. Did it even have trophies on PlayStation 3 when it came out? Because I don't think it did.
Nothing in the game.
Oh. Rip.
Well, sorry. That was me.
Sorry, we'll push just for you. Yeah, like, at that point, if you're playing the PS3 version, yeah, there's no point to getting those birds because they did nothing for you. It's just a waste of time.
Yeah. All it did was make the police come after you because you shot a gun in a public space.
Yeah, because they're always in terrible spots if you didn't want to get wanted.
It's still crazy to me that this year we're gonna get GTA 6.
Yeah, after so many years of just 5 being a thing. Like, you keep on forgetting it came out in 2013 because they keep on trying to re-release it. I heard that recently they finally brought the PS5 and Xbox Series enhancements to PC. It's like, why did that take so long? That came out like almost 3 years ago. Why do we have to wait that long for the update to finally hit a PC? It's so dumb.
I don't know.
It looks good now. Why did it take 3 years to look good? I think we might have still won that even with you disconnecting, because that was actually really good near the end. They were in our base, but I was in theirs, and yeah, that's a lot of blue. I think we might have won. Feels bad, man, for them. I feel when you lose to a 3-person team. No, we don't talk about how we did earlier. Forget that. Four stickers. Whoopee. I don't think I can get a sticker when I'm in a lobby. I know I can do the other thing. Oh yeah, congrats on Night Roll. You did it. Hey, go on the float. Thanks. I'm good. Go get selfies. What a way to get that message is when I lose a teammate. It's like, good job losing someone. Go celebrate. Now for the thing that I want to eat. Oh, that was a lot of screen shake. I'll probably go with more money, because how much money do I have? My experience does not matter. I could use more. Nope. I literally just said I want money. I went over to experience food. Like an idiot.
At least you got the ruler.
Yeah, so at this point I got my goal, so we'll play a little bit longer, at least try to get your rank up a little bit. Don't know if we're gonna fully push you up, but
I'm at 70 of 999, so
yeah, so you're right in the beginning stage, yeah. Like I say, at least help your
Yeah.
level get up a little bit. You're already at a high enough level that no matter if we win or lose the event, you still get double-digit snails, so that's still good. You get closer to 20.
Yeah.
Like, how much was it again? I can't remember. It's like 16 or something. I'm just gonna search the word snails. There we go. No, Super Sea snails, thank you. And then Splatoon 3, that's the gallery. Earnings. Okay, yeah, so champion, you get 16 for winning the event and 13 when you're not the winner, but that's still 13 minimum. That's still pretty good.
Yeah.
I know we're saying that when we barely use our snails, but hey, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
My thing is I just built out pretty much all the gear I want, so I don't really need to use the snails to level them up that much anymore. And that's all I'd be doing, it's just trying to like bump the levels up. Every once in a while I might bump something up to 2-star, but that's it. I don't really care for the 5-star crap. It's way too much. I'll buy it in the shops, but I'm not gonna upgrade it with snails. It's just stupid. And who knows how much more event we'll have to actually get snails. They're gonna become finite at some point. Come on, jump down. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna use this on you. 2-for-1 special. Hello, sir. Okay, I thought you were gonna disconnect for a minute there.
Don't disconnect again. I don't want to get penalized.
I mean, at least that would have been a situation where we wouldn't have wasted our time, because it would have just ended the game.
Oh my goodness. Ugh. Yeah, if I can try, I'll try to get a Switch 2 pre-order, like, if it goes up and I can like snag one, because hopefully I can save enough money to get one at launch.
I mean, you still have another month.
I'm not
You know about the
count
newer date for our territory, right?
No.
Oh, so you haven't heard the date. They're going to try to push for May 8th now. That's when they're doing at least the first batch on the Nintendo website, and it seems like a lot of stores will follow suit, but there's no like confirmation on the store one.
Okay.
I kind of wish, though, I knew the pricing right before I clicked on the buttons, because I didn't see it, and I clicked on just reserve the standard Switch 2, I didn't know about the Mario Kart one at the time, so you can't change that answer, which is really stupid. So I would prefer being able to get it from a place like Best Buy or something, and then I can just get the Mario Kart bundle to save a couple bucks. Because it's gonna be an expensive thing going fully in, because I'm gonna want to do the same thing I did with Switch 1, where I get at least the system with, you know, a game or two, depending on what's out. Then I get the Pro Controller, because that's gonna be a necessity. I might go for the charging grip. I'm not 100% sure on that one this time, because if the controller's gonna be used like a mouse, it might be more important to have a charging grip, just so I can charge up spares in the future, because I'll probably get more Joy-Con later down the road. That really helps when you have multiple sets. And then, you know, I was debating the camera, but then when people were telling me that the webcams might just work on the system outright, then I might just use my own webcam instead.
Yeah.
Because there's not going to be many games that use that feature, probably. I'm getting it for the games, not the chat, because I've heard of Discord, thank you. Like, I'm not going to unhook my webcam on my computer to use it on my console. I'll just use an older camera I have lying around, because you won't really notice the detail difference when it's, like, a small box. Like, I praise how good webcams are nowadays, but let's be real. You're shrinking in the tiny box I'm in now on the stream. You can use any quality camera and get away with it. Like, I've seen people still use, like, laptop webcams for a stream, and as long as it's in a small box, you can't tell. It's really just when you're doing, like, full cam stuff is when you want a better camera, but that's not going to be the case for a Switch. Nintendo's chat's still better than Skype. Hey, Nintendo's chat outlasts Skype, because Skype is dead in, like, a couple weeks. So there's that. It will at least be living on. That's it. I'm honestly shocked I didn't hear that sooner from Microsoft. Like, wait,
No,
Skype's
you're
still
not wrong.
running? What? I thought it was dead years ago.
I just wish that they would bring back Miiverse.
Yeah, that's the one thing I really do miss. Dude, because I'm watching someone play through, and you probably know who it is when I mention the game. I'm watching someone play through Twilight Princess on the Wii U right now, and they're showing off the Miiverse stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's useless, buddy. Mood. Yep, it's like...
That was me when I recorded that game, too. It was like, I get it anyway.
I think when I posted my bonus video for that series, because it was just a follow-up to my original 2012 run, don't watch that one. It was very convenient timing, because Miiverse still was a thing, which was good, because that was the only way I could get gamepad capture. I took screenshots of the game from my gamepad to post on Miiverse, and then I right-clicked the screenshots and just put them in a video. Nowadays, I have a mod that does the same thing, but dear God, that was a lot of headache just to get a screenshot.
What'd you say, Amber?
What is Miiverse? I came in at the wrong time, apparently.
Yeah, apparently. It was that thing that apparently it had really good-looking water, according to one guy, and that's like it. Also, like him, Metroid Crawl. He can do it, right?
Oh yeah, that
kind of stuff.
This guy is Super Saiyan. He's doing my nut in.
Matthew!
The worst part is you can't even blame autocorrect for something like that, because the Wii U did not have autocorrect. So that's just someone typing that raw. And that's pretty cringe.
He's doing my nut in. I still love that. It's so funny. This guy is Super Saiyan. He's doing my nut in. Jellyfish is helping, yes.
Yeah, there's so many memorable posts that you don't really get anymore on other social medias. Nowadays, you just get funny posts because people are just ratioing the poster. Like, Adobe just had the balls to go on Blue Sky and post something, and they got ratioed so hard they don't post anymore on Blue Sky. Instantly canceled. And it was just because of their bad practices.
I was gonna say, what did they do to cause it?
It was just like one of those standard like PR posts you would see on social media of like, hey, you can do this kind of thing. Hey, do you do that kind of post? I think it was something to do with, do you like use like art in your stuff or something like that? Kind of like talk about an art scene when they're so heavy into AI art. So people just completely hated the post, and then that's it. No more posting on Blue Sky. You just don't want to bother. So essentially, the world has been healed for another day. That's about it.
It was funny because yesterday somebody at work asked me, like, he said, is Adobe Acrobat even worth it? Like, worth it? Because we're in a meeting at work, and somebody was using like effects from Adobe Acrobat on the presentation, and my coworker said, "Is it even worth it?" I said, "No, Adobe itself isn't worth it."
No, it's really not. Yeah.
I said, as soon as they started, charging a subscription service for their products, I just said, nah, I'm done. And then whenever you try to get out of it, they like, oh, you got out of it, $200 fee.
Yeah, like, I still don't understand that. That is one of the most anti-consumer things ever.
It really was.
I know they're supposed to have tried to change those policies because they were getting sued into oblivion for the cancellation fees, but I don't think anything really changed.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I wonder why we're being sued for anti-consumer practices.
Wait, what do you mean we're being sued?
What do you mean people hate us? I don't know. Everyone loves our software, right? And then that's when the error message pops up with like the please pay more money right next to it.
I just told him, I said, I'm staring clear from that company ever again, because that company can burn for all I care.
Yeah. I mean, one day they probably will, because when you got so many great alternatives out there for pretty much all of their software in the subscription service, there's not much of a reason for people to stick with them, even in the business side. It's the one that are just going to collapse. I think the only reason why they're still in business in the way they are, like being successful, is just because a lot of studios still use their stuff for movies and TV shows. That's it.
Yeah.
Because the average consumer definitely doesn't care. I think the Adobe Suite's still the most pirated software in the world. Which, if that's the case, you know you did something wrong. I can't remember, was it? I think it was the man of Valve. I'm blanking on his name because I'm just tired now. So I'm blanking on everything apparently now. But I know someone once said, I think with Valve, that piracy is a service issue more than anything else. Which, yeah, you don't offer a good service, then no one's gonna want to buy your stuff.
Gabe Newell, is that who you're trying to think of?
Yeah, see, because I'm just tired, so I'm forgetting names.
It's okay.
What's
All
your
right.
name?
My name is Billy Bob Thornton.
I'm just gonna call you Bob.
That is the most random name you could have pulled out of your pocket.
I don't know
there,
why.
Matthew.
Like, first I was trying to think of a funny thing to think. I was like, I was like,
No, the first thing I always think
yeah,
of
yeah.
is like the Family Guy skit of Griffin, Peter Griffin. Ah, crap.
yeah, I told him though that I'm never gonna use Adobe products ever again.
Yeah, I got
I
so
say
many
that,
great
like,
alternatives for it too, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say that, and then Photoshop's looking at you.
I
on your
know.
Yeah,
computer.
Photoshop's like that one exception everyone always goes back to, just because there's great alternatives, but I don't know, something about Photoshop just works. Which is a weird sentence with Adobe being in the middle of that.
I don't call it Adobe Photoshop anymore. I just say Photoshop.
I mean, it's still like that well of a known software. Everyone just says like, oh, that was photoshopped when anything looks like it was altered.
Yeah.
I still remember like years ago, this was back in like high school, I had a friend who actually was getting like Photoshop certified, 'cause that was just a thing that they were able to do. So I had them make some of my like graphic stuff for like the very early days of YouTube, because like, oh cool, you have access to Photoshop. I have like paint.net. Can you make a graphic for me? Because I suck at art. You seem to know what you're doing. Years later, I still suck at art, but at least I know what I'm doing now. Barely, but I know at least more than what I did back as like a 17-year-old.
I know how to make thumbnails. That's about it.
Yeah. I can make some pretty decent thumbnails. Some cringe ones too, but pretty decent ones. My favorite thing about literally anything in my workflow is just templates. Just templates and presets. Because then you don't have to worry about being perfect, because everything's just set.
I know how to leave a special stage without realizing it.
Yeah, I know how to walk away. Mood.
I still can't get over that. That was great.
I know how to break games, which is the worst part. I wish I could learn to stop. That would be nice. I was legit shocked. Like, something like that hasn't really happened for, like, a Let's Play recording. Really, like, ever. It's very rare something like that happens where a game breaks and I'm just in the middle of recording something, unless I'm intentionally showing off a glitch. But the first part of Maverick Hunter X's Vile Run, in the Stage 2, I needed a ride armor so I can go get a heart tank. The ride armor was not there. It did not load. I'm like, hello? Hello? Something here? Hello? I had to literally splice in a clip of the thing I was talking about so people didn't think, wait, no, that's supposed to be like that. No, you're gaslighting yourself. I had to legit jump in a pit, die, reload the area, and then it was there. Like, are you kidding me? It makes for great content, but can I stop breaking stuff even when I'm trying? That'd be great.
I've had that happen so much in freaking Sonic Origins already. Like, I still can't get it. Like, the one time when, at the very end of Sonic 1, where, you know, you defeated Eggman in the giant crusher machine at the final boss, and then you go to jump and hit Eggman when you're running away at the very end before the final cutscene plays. I jump and I hit him, and then Sonic goes flying off the screen.
Yeah, it's like, oh no.
I was like, Sonic, where are you going?
Like, please
I'm
don't
outta
die
here.
in the cutscene. I need to actually watch the credits. Seriously, one of my favorite clips that we have here on the Twitch channel, which is why I use it for the channel's trailer, is just when I had that happen for Sonic Mania on the first playthrough, where the game just randomly broke, and all I did was spin dash. That was it. And it's just the reaction of everyone, because I had you two in the call back then. That's why I was still doing call stuff for first playthroughs. I can still, because it loads every time I load the page, so it kind of lives rent-free in my head. I hear your voice, Amber, screaming, "Stop breaking every game." It's like, you're not wrong, but that is pretty much the slogan of the channel. So that's why I had to be in the channel trailer.
I mean, that was like a perfect moment, you have to admit.
It really was. All I did was spin dash, and the game just soft locked for no reason. I'm like, oh.
You can't
All right.
do that.
Didn't think that would be a problem. Here we are.
You thought I was well polished, but here I am. Soft lock.
It's funny, when I know of a bug, I try to find it. I can't. But then when I don't know of one, I find it. And then I can't leave. It's like, why? Why am I cursed like this?
You and Proton John are both the same.
It really does feel like that, yeah. Even down to like our edit jokes half the time, too.
Harry.
Like, some of my April Fool joke was just because of, like, his kind of comedy. It's, like, I'm very similar to it. And I remember his Donkey Kong Country playthrough. He did, like, 21 on his YouTube channel. He just had, like, multiple versions of himself because it's just, like, a parallel universe idea. Like, yeah, that's a good idea for an April Fool joke. Like, yeah, that's why I had this dude sitting behind me for 6 hours saying nothing but, like, one line, and then I cut stream for him to be mad and hide in my closet. Like, yeah, that's a perfect bit to go with a curse stream. Why not?
That was funny.
Like, I'm just a fan of dumb humor like that in general.
That's why Scott the Woz is so funny.
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, he's the only one who can talk about random crap that no one cares about and actually get a huge audience for like 30 minutes. Like, all right, today we're here to talk about the Switch Pro controller, and that's it. Oh boy, here we go, Scott time. Because he's just a funny dude. Even when he's talking serious, he still finds a way to throw like a random joke in.
One of my favorite bits is in the Chibi Robo Ziplash video where he's like trying striving at the beginning of the game. It's like, Chibi Robo's cleaning the spaceship. It just cuts to him and says, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's like he just screams. That's a pretty good one. I mean, that's the perfect reaction bit when you just don't care about something. You just send that clip specifically to your friend. Take it out of context. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's like in the same mood of the "Who the hell cares" line from Family Guy, but just funnier. I don't know why, but I always think of the Donkey Kong one specifically from Rex. Oh, I just have this unbelievable like urge of looking at any controller I see. Donkey Kong, and it just reaches for the Donkey Kong controller. I don't know why that one always gets me.
It is one of the best ones.
It really is, because it just it just comes out of nowhere. That's why I love it so much.
I was like, who cares? I mean, you get bigger, but it's just tennis.
Oh my, dude, because of how your mic clipped when you did that, you literally sounded like Rex from the video because they clipped the mic there too. Like when he screamed that, it's the same effect. His neighbors must have been pissed after that recording session. Especially with how many times that he had to just constantly redo, you know what, I'm out, and like screw tennis line, because that bit, I saw the behind the scenes footage for it, that took multiple takes. So he's just constantly screaming the same thing and throwing a Wii remote at the ground at the same time every single like minute. And the neighbors were probably like, well, what is this dude doing? Because that's why he still lives in an apartment.
Yeah.
I will say, that guy does need his own house to do the video stuff he does, because of half of the stuff he films is a very big question of what is he doing over there, and do I want to know? Like trying to be a neighbor next to him if you just hear him scream, alright, we're gonna do our first sex tape, because it was the Donkey Konga, not the Barrel Blast video.
Rex comes in.
Yeah, without
with
pants
no
on,
pants.
it's censored. Just to sell this joke even more.
Toledo, Ohio. Toledo, Ohio. Don't get killed here.
Not wrong.
Toledo,
I can
Ohio.
vouch for that.
Yeah.
Toledo, Ohio. Everybody's your dad here.
Again, not wrong. We need to get caught up with Scott. We haven't watched videos in a couple.
Yeah,
In a while.
I haven't seen some of his later videos, because I think the last one I saw probably came out near the end of last year, so I'm probably like 3 or 4 behind.
Us too.
All right, we got this gun here, and you know, it looks like a real gun. Let's shoot the first thing to see. Sees activation.
Just pulls the trigger. It's like, yeah, you know, that is a fair point. And it's a mood anymore while the company's kind of gone downhill. While our 2 teammates are chilling in the corner, I just killed our whole team. Where are you guys at? Oh yeah, that's right, in the corner. I don't know why.
Sorry, I thought that was beer.
Yeah. Yeah, just slap a random thing out of the hand. No! Sorry, I thought it was beer. Cause I just like, specifically for that like prom video, it's just how extreme Rex got when he had to be the chaperone, and then he just went calm when he made a mistake. He is definitely one of the best characters in the Scott universe, that's for sure.
The therapists are probably my favorite.
Yeah, I love the therapist too. I mean, I have some of those clips specifically from the therapist bits just downloaded to use in videos. Because some of those are really perfect to use for a random edit. My favorite is when he just screams in the mirror, "Who is this guy?" specifically, because
That's this guy.
that clip is pretty good.
Oh my God, is that the guy that owns Sonic Jam?
Yeah. Yeah. Also, speaking of like the Scott stuff, I cannot tell you. It was between two different content creators specifically, but lean more towards the one, and you know the one. When the Gex stuff was coming out, between the first trailer and the newer one to announce the dates for this Gex trilogy, I cannot tell you how many comments are there between Scott the Wasp fans and AVGN fans. I'm more on the side of the Scott side. Seeing a lot of Scott the Wasp quotes in those comment sections.
He's got to do the video now, Lester.
That's the thing. Yeah, you know that's going to be one of his specials at one point. Like how he's done certain games that he's used for either memes or just props in the background. The Gex stuff has got to be one of his specials in the future. You know it.
Yeah.
And it's got to be specifically Gex too, because they always keep on using that as their prop. If they're referencing Gex. God, I hope that version's okay. I really do. In an age of meh re-releases, I really hope the Gex stuff is good.
Clover.
Yeah, oh dear God, don't even get me started about the Clover port. It's still hot garbage, even on console. After 3 years, they still couldn't be bothered to fix it. And yet they specifically... Yeah, they definitely did. They didn't care. Like, that company's known for just not caring. That's the problem. But they specifically made the game a physical release only when it first released through limited run. So it's like the worst case scenario. You can't even buy it yet unless you get the physical copy. And the game was broken from minute one, and they never fixed it. So, of course, when the console version came out, it was very busted. So you had to pay an upcharge to play a broken game. It was terrible.
Square Enix fans, does this ever happen to you?
Yeah, just
All the time.
shot. And dude, that's why I use that clip, but I'll just narrate over it sometimes. I know I used that once before when Twitch made a very stupid decision, and it just affected everyone, so I literally just use that for like a social media post. Like, Twitch streamers, does this ever happen to you? And it's just Twitch shooting you because they just made a stupid decision. Hey, they're getting rid of your VODs. Hey, Twitch streamer, does this ever happen to you? You get shot by Twitch.
One of my favorite clips still is this: "Get your face ready," and he gets smacked with a frying pan.
Yeah, and then he screams and it gets cut out.
I don't know why that one gets me all the time.
I don't know. One of my favorite edits I did for some of the League videos we done was one of the edits I did just to introduce the auto expansion stuff on Splatoon 2. Because I faked getting the online, the break on my Switch because I was using a different system just to kind of talk about it. And then, because I faked the online not working, I used the classic Nintendo. And then Scott gets punched in the face just to cut to the next scene. Because when Nintendo Online doesn't work, that's a mood.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Yeah, and the dumb one I definitely use so much by just splicing an image into it, because that's just like, yeah, no, man, you're using that. I wish I still had the file specifically I made it, so I can just like add other images. Now I gotta redo the work, so this is sadly a lost project file. But that's not that bad to make again. It's just you literally take the square image and you just like put something else on top and you just chroma it out or something.
I think you guys won that one.
Yeah, comfortably. Too bad we're still fighting ourselves, so it's like punching yourself in the face. Nintendo moment again.
Nintendo punk.
I know we at least get one more game before the rotation change. So one more before it kicks us. Like, we could be here probably all night mentioning Scott clips of like which ones are our favorites or not, because there's just so many good ones to go through. I search for when I'm doing video stuff sometimes for certain clips. When you search for Scott the Wad's clips on YouTube, you get a playlist that's like over 100 videos long because there's just so many. Keeps on getting added.
Oh my god.
Because there's so many clips people love, so it's hard to pick one. People just cram them into a playlist. I remember still, like, Matt, I think you're the one that showed us all his stuff at the time when he was still a niche content creator back like 2017. It's like, yeah, niche, all right. He has a TV show.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of deserves it, though.
Yeah. I do feel bad in that situation, though, where he got signed on a TV show to run some of his episodes on G4, and then G4 shut down months later. Like, yeah, that's kind of unfortunate timing, but that was a lot of mismanagement and Comcast being stupid. So low column A, low column B.
Yeah.
But hey, that gave us some Scott uncensored clips, so I guess it was worth it. 'Cause I don't know why. He was uncensored for the TV run. Which made no sense. It's like, wait, wouldn't you want to be censored on the TV run? like, you're going to be in more faces. You don't want to have an Asia rating, right? Okay, no, okay. Sure. Oh, that was you, Matt. I was wondering, wait, who was the one that DC? Because it happened so fast.
It was me? Oh.
Apparently, because I just saw your score being blank.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, it doesn't matter. We're literally hitting a rotation change, so it would have kicked us in the moment anyways. That game would have been the only way we stayed in the lobby. And that was only for 3 minutes. Did that count? I think I'm gonna want to roll again at the shell-up machine because I got the poll as the game loaded. So
yeah, that's
I don't know if that counted.
Oh no.
I know what I got out of it. That was just some chunks. It was just like 3 chunks for jump. I'm glad I have a cheat sheet for this because there's no other way I would have known. Oh no, it didn't. Wait, what? It didn't do it. I got my conch shell back. I got a refund. Alright, and it was a drink ticket specifically for jump, but still, it's like, what? Sure. Just gonna look back at that later in the clip tab, because I don't know what happened. That's never happened before where the game just loaded in the middle of you getting a reward from the shell. I didn't even know that was possible. Because I thought that's one of the menus that pauses the rotation change to be safe. I guess not. Alright, where are you at on the level? Out of curiosity, Matt.
Let me see. 320.
Did you want more experience towards that? It's your call because I can help you get a little bit more if you wanted.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Okay.
I'm at 320 of 999, so.
Yeah, because it's gonna take. It's like, hey, you want to help me get to 999? 3 hours later. It's like I'm not doing that obviously, but I can play for a little bit longer. Hey, any good conversation keeps it going. Then I'm still in the mind zone, still have the energy.
It's okay. I was gonna, my elbow was on the buy house key this whole time. I bought 20 of them.
Do you tell Lester what your gripe was about the direct when they showed Bravely Default and everybody thought it was Final Fantasy IX remake?
Oh yeah, everybody was thinking it's Final Fantasy IX. I'm just like, you guys.
Oh yeah, that's a weird one to pull. It's like I knew right away when they showed the art style of some 3DS game, and when it was Square Enix, I pieced it together pretty fast. I'm surprised a lot of people thought it was 9.
I thought it was like, yeah, I was surprised a lot of people thought. I mean, I get it, excitement during the time period, but come on, that was literally the cutscene from Bravely Default.
Yeah,
like,
that's why it's weird.
For one, the cutscene. I was like, what are you guys talking about? This 9.
Yeah, like if that was gonna be Final Fantasy 9, you know that has to be more in like the 7 remake style, where they're gonna actually overhaul the graphics, because they've already ported 9 to Switch, and it's the exact same game as the PS1, and they would do that again if they had to port it again. So it's like, no, it's not 9. That's obvious. I'm surprised a lot of people thought that. I know, like, it was hard to see some of the stuff they showed in the later half because that stream was terrible. Like, it literally broke, so it was hard to see.
Yeah.
There were some reveals for games that I know devs are probably mad about because it broke right when their premieres were supposed to happen. And some of them, like indie games, like, I think Enter the Gungeon had some stuff, so that's bad.
Yeah.
Didn't matter because everybody was just talking about Silk Song anyways.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was huge to see. Like, no one expected Silk Song to actually be at the Direct, let alone Silk Song and Deltarune Chapter Stream 4. Like, those are both huge together, let alone being in the same place at the same time. I'm glad at least we finally do have a date for Skill Song. We know it's at least coming this year now, and that's good. Because I know people were starving for that news.
Mm-hmm. Putting clown outfits on.
Yeah, every time there was some kind of video game announcement, whether it be from Nintendo or any other company, it was mainly Nintendo stuff. Like, look, it was just coming when it's coming. I'm a Freedom Planet fan. I had to wait 7 years for my sequel, so this is nothing new for Hollow Knight. Speaking of, I finally got my copy of that in the mail today. Freedom Planet 2's physical.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I didn't have it on a console, so I got it on
the
Switch.
Yeah, I didn't have it either. I bought the physical copy months ago too. I'm still waiting on mine. I didn't know if it was coming in when it was coming in. So
yeah, it seemed like they're starting to ship it now, like within like the past couple weeks.
So I probably should expect it this week then.
Probably, yeah. If you haven't already got your notification for shipment, you should be getting it soon. Now, I'm probably due for a revisit on that game, so I'll probably end up playing on the Switch in general. Because I remember playing a lot of it on the Switch when the first game came out. Just because it was like, nah, I didn't really have a portable version. I could hack the portable way in by just playing the Vita and just streaming my PS4 to the Vita, but that'll only get me so far. Yeah. So, yeah, playing it on the Switch was a better way to go, let's just say. Much better.
I literally saw a really dumb take on Twitter the other day. It's people,
you don't say.
I know. Yeah. It's like people already trying to. I mean, it's already bad enough that people comparing the Steam Deck to the Switch 2 in the sense that I'm like, dude, the Switch 2 is a lot more powerful than the Steam
really
Deck.
is.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Why you're making such a big deal, but. The fact of the matter, people had the gall to bring up the freaking PlayStation Portal. And I'm like, excuse me, what?
It literally took a year for that thing to finally get games to play on it natively and not through a PlayStation 5. And even that's still cloud streaming.
It's literally cloud streaming. You can't do crap without an internet connection.
Like, I'll give them credit. It's better now, but it's still a terrible value, really. So, when people are comparing the Switch 2 to the PlayStation Portal, I'm like, what kind of comparison is that? That's like comparing a Lamborghini to a bicycle. it's not even close, buddy.
I said, while he plays PS5 game, I said, my PC can play PS5 games.
Yeah, exactly. And so can my Steam Deck, which is a way more valid comparison. So we just go back to that one? That at least makes sense.
Yeah, at least that one makes sense.
Yeah. So I don't know what the heck the portal has to do with anything. It's a cloud thing. At that point, you can say that, like, what? I don't know what the thing is called, but there's like a cloud handheld console from Logitech as well. It's like the same idea. It's like, compare that thing to the Switch then.
So I was like, what the heck are you guys on? Seriously? Not only that, isn't that thing like $200? You have to have a $500 system
Something
to buy
like that,
a
yeah.
$200 accessory.
That's why it was a joke that it only worked with the PS5 and literally the PS5 only. It's like, Sony, you have a library of games that play on the cloud. Why is this thing not able to link into the cloud? And then like a year later, it linked into the cloud. It's like, why was this not here from launch? Like the system was like one fumble after another for no reason. So that's a weird thing to compare to another hybrid game console. Again, like comparing a Lamborghini to a bike. The bike also is missing a tire. It only got it recently.
You... I know we were talking about Switch 2, but one thing I'm actually looking forward to is when Mario Kart World comes out and everybody's going to use that freaking clip from Scott. It's effing Mario Kart again!
Oh yeah, you know people are going to definitely do that. You know it.
Yeah. The funny thing is, he broke the 3DS, and he was like, well, it's a good thing I got it in the first day.
Yeah, it's like, that would have been a problem. That's another one of my favorite clips that he used, which sometimes I might want to use for certain things if it wasn't just limited to 3DS. When he was talking about how he had to capture footage from stuff in one of his videos. I think it was like his Call of Duty video or something. I can't remember. It was when he was showing off some DS stuff. And he talked about how he had a 3DS capture card just randomly stopped working. He's like, you know, stuff happens, things break, and then he just takes the hammer to the thing. He's like, what? It broke?
Yeah.
What the F? It broke? The Chia Pet one is like, what?
Yeah, we kept on
Hammers?
dropping the thing. It's like, how does this like, keep on happening? It's like, dude, you keep on dropping it or hitting it with a hammer.
He smashed it with a hammer. Damn it!
I just wonder how much money he wastes just buying this stuff just for a gag.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder that. Between him and Kid Icarus, like, what is your video budgets? Because they keep on breaking crap. Or in the case of Kid Icarus, he keeps on buying the weirdest stuff for like 2-second clips. Like, I still remember his behind-the-scenes video he made when he got to, like, 1 million subs. He literally talked about all the stuff he bought for videos, at least at that time, like 3 years ago. And I remember him saying, like, for the Jesus video, it's like he bought this trampoline literally just for 1-second clip of him jumping off a building so he wouldn't break his neck. It's like, well, I guess we have a trampoline now. That's like a nice grand. Nice grand for 1-second clip.
My lord.
That's why I say, I wonder between those two people specifically, Scott and Kid Icarus's video budgets, because they gotta be massive.
I hope Caddy uploads again soon.
It sounds like he's working on
said he's
something now. It's
working on-
closer to being done, so I would imagine probably soon enough. He's in that mentality of it's done when it's done, so he doesn't put timetables on. I get it. But it does also, like, man, when you see the video, it's nice to see. It's a breath of fresh air. Also, I always gotta, like, carve out a time of schedule to watch this stuff because we're movies nowadays, which is a little much. But they're good watches. Thank God for YouTube having a history section that remembers where your videos were when you left off. That really helps for these super long videos. And then you're like me sometimes, jumping between devices, and it forgets where you were, and it takes you back 3 hours, and you're mad. So sometimes it's a blessing and a curse of a system.
Oh, trust me, I know. I watched a 13-hour Bionicle lore video the other day. All the way through. Took me a couple weeks, but I got through it.
I thought you were going to say months for a second, which would have also been a mood. Yeah, that's why I like doing a lot of videos. I'll just put them on, use them for background noise if it's a long thing like that, and I'll come back later. As long as it remembers the place in the YouTube history, it's fine. The long videos aren't that big of a problem.
I was listening to it at work. I was listening to it at work when I was working. It was like,
that's a good way of doing it. I've done that before with some stuff.
It was funny because it was it was a line of Lego toys that I played with as a kid, and I forgot that it had such deep lore, and it like deep lore to the stuff before, And then I just happened to look at the video or look at lore videos because I wanted to relive that. And then I found a 13-hour video going down in obsessive detail over everything. I was like, okay.
I wasn't doing anything for the next 13 hours. Might as well. That's just me with stream VODs, but that's just because of how it's very easy to put something like that on in the background so you can still do whatever, but actually still follow what's going on.
And it was just a guy. It was a guy. He had a microphone. He's standing in front of a whiteboard with all these like things on the whiteboard and everything, and he's drawing maps and stuff like that and everything else, explaining it. He's in the same suit and all this other time talking in this microphone. But as you can watch the video, because of how long it takes to record something like this, you can see his beard growing ever so longer because of time passing by.
Yeah, so without doing facial maintenance, you can tell how long he was working on that video. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so
that just reminds me of when, like, Stephen George from Stephen Place, he did not get a haircut the whole time they did their Breath of the Wild stream series, so by the end, he just had the longest hair. This just gives me those kind of vibes.
It was so funny because at the, I mean, like he like it wasn't like that big of a beard, but it's just like it was one of those things that you notice like as the video goes on because of how long it takes to go through all this. Because 13-hour video explaining lore of a franchise and everything else, it'd probably take you a couple of weeks, maybe a couple months to get it all together and everything else.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah, so. It was just so funny. It was like something I noticed like that. He did another video where he's like explaining the Mega Man lore in like excessive detail, and it's like an 8-hour video.
Speaking of that, I also got reminded the other day of Mega Man 11. It just made me sad. It's like, why don't we have a new one? just please.
Yeah.
Just please.
I kind of want to replay Mega Man 11 because I forgot how much I liked that one.
Yeah, I haven't played it since it came out, and I remember being a little indifferent on it. I still liked it, but I thought certain parts were that great. But I played it on normal, so that's probably why. Because the checkpoint system on normal is pretty terrible. But if you play on casual, I think it was too easy. So it's like, there's no good middle ground. It's either too easy or too hard because of weird decisions. At that point, I think I'd rather just take the too easy route.
I think Capcom's just more focused on Monster Hunter right now.
Yeah, it's between Monster
Resident
Hunter,
Evil.
yeah, Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, and Street Fighter. They're three cores they always keep on going back and forth on.
Not much is Resident Evil right now.
Yeah, they've been more in the backseat of Resident Evil since the 4 remake. It's probably because of how they kept on doing one a year for a while. Resident Evil, starting with like, what, 7 or 8? So they've been a little much, and that's including DLC. So I'm glad to see them take a little bit of a break. Now I'd like to see them do more with other series in this break time instead of just the core 3 again.
I saw that. I saw they were comparing Street Fighter 6 like on the Switch 2 and the PS5, and it's so funny because it's like, holy crap, the Switch 2 version of Street Fighter 6 looks so much better than the other versions of a game.
It probably helps because the other systems don't really have the same kind of upscaling tech, and the Switch 2 does.
Yeah.
So I know PlayStation used their own thing, especially with the Pro model now, with like PSV. I can't remember what it is because they use the PlayStation in the name, and it makes it sound so confusing. It's just their glorified version of AMD's FSR stuff, which is usually pretty blurry, and NVIDIA stuff is usually pretty sharp. So it's like a really big difference when compared to systems, just because one actually is sharp.
Yeah.
As someone who has an AMD and an NVIDIA card, I can actually see the difference when they use those different technologies of upscale. I was like, yeah, man, the other one looks like booty. I don't know why, it just does. But NVIDIA's is like down pat. As much as I hate the company for everything they do, at least their video output is decent. We don't talk about the prices though. That's a whole other argument. Did you sell your kidney to buy the 5070? No, not the 90, the 70. It's like, God, I hate that so much. I'm very also impressed though with that Switch 2. To go back to that, the handheld screen can do 120 hertz. I can't really think of any handhelds that are on the market right now that can do 120, even with PC stuff. Like,
Yeah,
that's pretty
crazy.
unheard of. As someone who uses a 120 hertz phone, and I'm playing on a 165 hertz computer monitor when I'm playing PC stuff, that is pretty massive. Because it really helps when you're like scrolling web pages that have the smoother refresh rate, because everything just looks buttery smooth. If it's a little choppy, your brain can start seeing like the slower pixels move and give you a headache. So the smoother the better on that front. So it's nice for 120. I know it's like a really big deal for actual competitive gaming, but it's just a nice quality of life. So it would look better.
It's so
for some
funny
stuff.
now that thinking about it. It's like Nintendo has been so behind in their tech-wise for the longest time, and it's so like funny to see them. Oh, that they've kind of surpassed everybody else almost.
Yeah, it's rare for them to have a system that's on par, if not more powerful than like competition. It's not a thing we've seen since like the Super Nintendo days.
Yeah.
Like they may have had that spotlight for all 5 minutes back when the GameCube came out, because then the Xbox immediately came out and just blew the GameCube out of the water for performance. So like they've never really tried to compete since, because there's not very much of a point. And to be fair, they still aren't, but it's just the stuff that you're using in the newer system is just miles better than a lot of other gaming handhelds right now. But also, molds of these gaming handhelds came out like 2022 to 2023 time, so they're starting to show their age.
Just give it a little bit. I'm sure a new version's gonna come out and be like, okay,
Yeah.
we're
Like we know there's
doing
probably
the
gonna be
same
news
thing,
like
but
Steam
good.
Deck at some point, like Steam Deck 2. There's just no ETA. Valve not even talking about making one right now, so it's just I think we'll see in like a couple years maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of Steam stuff, did you see that someone got their hands on a prototype Steam machine that should have came out around like the 2020 era, specifically?
Really?
Yeah. Gotta show you the clip, the video from Bring It Studios, because he was fortunate enough to be contacted by some people who had that specific machine. It was showed off in Half-Life Alyx. Like there was a specific shot in, I think, a developer interview or something that showed this prototype Steam machine computer that was definitely not the ones we got back in like 2013 time. It was a new one, which when you look at it, it's a predecessor to what we got with the Steam Deck, because the foundation of that computer was put into the Steam Deck. The OS was the same, a lot of the core functions. I think it just has like Steam controller support built in. It was a precursor to what we got 2 years later.
I really like the Steam Deck. We have one at home, and Amber uses it all the time. She really loves it. I love it too. It's really cool.
You touched it like once.
No. But
That's
you've
a
been
mood.
playing it more than I have.
Well, you've been playing your Switch all the time too, so don't blame me.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm over here like I got Steam Deck
I love
at
it
home.
too.
Pulls out the PlayStation Vita with Moonlight on it. Like, well, I guess that counts, but you can't take it outside your house. Yeah, like I said, I gotta show you that video too. I guess I got a couple of videos I gotta link to you after I'm done with the stream. There's
Yeah.
been a lot of those tonight. But yeah, no, the Bring a Studio video specifically, it breaks down what the machine was, and it was essentially like the Steam computers they released in 2013 to 15 with their partners, but specifically made in-house by Valve. And it had a crap ton of MSI parts in there, which were just custom made for that chassis and system, and it was crazy. It even had like this cool like sensor button, like you know the original Xbox One where you got close and it turned on with your finger, which is a pain when you're trying to clean it, and it just constantly turns on, but that's besides the point. It had a similar power button to that, where it's just like a sensor button, so you just kind of press it on the front glass and it turned on. That was very unique. It's kind of a shame we didn't get something like that, but to be fair, we got something better with the Steam Deck, so it was worth it. And you can tell it's supposed to be like a Steam Deck, because you can install the Steam OS from the Steam Deck recovery software, and it just works. Well, mostly. It has an RX 580 in there, and apparently RX 580s just don't work with Steam OS for whatever reason. But if you take that card out, it works just fine. Because I saw in the video the guy hooked up a different AMD card and it worked just fine. Because the whole system's AMD. So, of course, it just works with AMD crap. There was also a prototype Steam controller apparently you got his hands on. The thing looked funky. Like, think of the Steam controllers they released, but with more touchpads. It looked weird. Yeah, like, it really looked weird. It was trying to, like, find that middle ground between what they had originally and then making the progression to the Steam Deck controller, but oh man, it was not even close to the Steam Deck controller. It was funky. I would just want that, from what I heard. Like, Steam Deck's apparently, like, controller layout and the system's fine. They're supposed to be making a new Steam Deck controller that realistically should be modeled after the actual Deck's controller interface. That'd be good. They'll give us the funky one you did back in like 2015 or whatever it was. Just give us Steam Deck, but just in a controller form. That'd be good.
Really? Don't do that weird Steam machine stuff. Nobody bought that.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good idea, but that was before PC gaming was really the norm, like it is now, especially for living room stuff. So yeah, it was like wrong place, wrong time, and they were pretty expensive for what they were. Like, you were paying a lot of money for hardware that was already a little outdated by the time you got it. Apparently now, though, like, they were selling for pretty cheap. I think they're going up more in price on the used market, but if you got one for pretty cheap, they're a pretty decent emulation machine.
I can believe it.
To be fair, your phone's a decent emulation machine. So can I.
Yeah.
Like, of course, this computer is going to run the crap out of Super Mario Bros. On the NES. I saw that. Nice. You made him dodge roll into the water.
I made him go so scared he skidooed down in the water.
Dude, now we're talking about PC gaming on the big screen. I really wish Windows wasn't Windowsing all the time. And that's it. That's the sentence.
Yeah.
But now they get more specific. I really wish it just wasn't so bad when it comes to just hooking up to a TV specifically, because I have a big headache anytime I hook up my computer to my TV. So I just have the HDMI cable sitting next to my graphics card. I don't have it plugged in. When I have it set up on the computer, and then I disable the screen so it doesn't work when I'm not on the TV, because that's just kind of stupid. I'm not going to always be using that with the computer. It freaks out so many different programs, keeps on rearranging my screens, and there's a specific OBS bug that just makes it so my screen capture is just one screen, not three. That's fun. So trying to use that's a pain, and then just in general trying to use it as a display, sometimes everything just hijacks over to the TV. So good luck trying to figure out where your windows are when the TV's off. You can't see it. That's fun. And then that's just also the problem of just audio hijacking for the same reason, or the resolution being so weird so it reshapes your windows. It's like, why is this always a headache, man? I'll just plug it in when I need my TV. Which I don't like, because that's just a lot more wear and tear for no reason, and it's just a pain to get to. But it's that or deal with bugs. I think I'd rather go with the inconvenience over the bugs. It's so dumb. And if it wasn't for the terrible latency, I would stream my feed over to the TV with something like Miracast, but you get 1080p 30 frames, which is already worse than 4K 60. And then there's like a second of input delay, so it's impossible to game. No point. You just do that when you're watching a video. That's it. I can see why so many people have dedicated, like, HTPCs they're still called, even though it's mostly gaming now. But I see why people have dedicated gaming computers literally just for TV. I see it more and more when I try to use mine on my TV. You just build a little small form factor thing and it looks like a little Xbox. There you go, you're all good. Sucks about the pricing though. Well, that's all hardware.
Yeah. Why does the last title have to be so much points you have to beat in order to get to the last one?
Really grindy.
I'm at 530 right now.
Okay, you're not as low as I thought, because I know before you were like 3 something, so that's actually not bad.
Yeah.
How much longer are you gonna go?
I don't know. Whatever Lester wants to keep going, it's his
Well, that's
stream.
why I say, I mean, yeah, it's your call, because it's not get tired, but at the same time.
I guess I'm out of here. Okay,
Okay,
thanks,
well,
game.
there you go. That's his answer. He's done.
I
He's
shouldn't have
quitting.
said anything.
All right,
I'm
that's
sorry.
it. That's it. We're done. See you later. Thanks for coming out. See you next time. No, I think I've done that bit so many times. I broke my stinger transition. So let me just do that again really
Said
quick.
anything, I'm sorry.
Okay, that actually works.
I've been-
Okay, yeah,
I've
see you
been-
next time.
I've been sent to the Shadow Realm just now, so give me just a minute.
It's okay. It's fine.
My
I'm already
my
on level
internet
after that.
literally just died. I think my internet just died. So like because I got back to the regular plaza.
Oh, yes, that could be a
Not
problem.
the-
You might have an
yeah.
actual timeout. It depends. If Nintendo's generous, you could be fine. If they're not, we might be waiting. Which, that's dumb. Might as well just open a room just to be safe
Let me see.
anyways. Because you can connect to the room to find out.
Yep, 10-minute ban.
Yeah, it's so
Okay.
dumb.
Thanks,
When it's
Nintendo.
literally just your internet hiccuping for a second, I love getting punished for something out of my control. Like 10 minutes for no reason. That's so dumb.
Well, I think that's probably a good segue to end this then.
That probably
I'll
actually
just
is,
do this
yeah.
I'm not gonna let you sit here and wait for me for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So.
that's fair. I love the timing. It's just you couldn't
I
get any
know.
better than that.
Oh, I guess I could go to the shop. I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could probably
At all
go
tonight.
check out things in the shops, get your catalog stuff. Especially if you
Keep my
haven't done it for a
conscience.
season yet, that might be bad because you don't get anything until you check them at Harmony. Also, Billy Hatcher. Man, I haven't seen that reference in a hot minute. I've been seeing plenty of SpongeBob references because of the at night joke, but no Billy Hatcher.
At night.
Also, can you feel the sunshine? I'm very certain that's people referencing Sonic more than anything else. Because every time I
Yeah.
hear that, I immediately hear Sonic R. I mean, low-key good song, but it's just memes.
Yeah, I see it. I see Billy Hatcher. Yeah, there he is. I work late.
That's a mood.
Don't we all?
Excuse me.
Bless ya.
But there's a post here that's the guys with the frowny face that says, "Y'all get stuff done."
You know, that's a mood, too. When do you get the most done? Morning, afternoon, or night? It's like, get stuff done.
Y'all get stuff done.
I love that meme of the guy at the last trainer that he just looks so confused.
Yeah, there's the SpongeBob one. I strained my hand. I thought they were gonna try to spell sprain, but stained. Okay, at night. But yeah, that's what I
Playing
seen earlier.
Splatoon. I strained my hand. Playing Splatoon at night.
The Team Night stuff.
Yeah, mainly my flaw is I keep on seeing a lot of morning or afternoon stuff. I barely saw anything from night. It's a little bit of a shame. I feel like with the popular vote, I thought I would see more posts from Team Night, but I guess not. Okay. It makes no sense when you're popular voting and you don't see anything from your teammates. It's kind of weird.
Too bad we haven't gotten a 10x tonight.
Yeah, well, to be fair, we barely fought our own like opponents. We only fought ourselves, so
I know.
yeah, it kind of complicates it, which I hate. We got like one conch clash. I don't remember if we won it or not because it was so long ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, again, this is one of those, it was a super popular vote to this one side. Why is it every time I pick the popular team? I'm just cursed on that one. I'm sorry, I'm a boring man. It keeps on picking the same thing that everyone else picks. What I get. I get stuck in the mirror match purgatory, I guess. I don't know. But, just for the sake of the VOD, watching this back on the VOD channel, we should probably now see who won the event.
Epilogue.
Alright, the results are in for the latest Splatfest here in Splatoon 3. And now we get to see what time do average people get the most stuff done throughout the day. Is it the morning, the afternoon, or the night? Now, I'm curious to see who would win this just because of the constant mirror matches we got as someone who was on Team Night. So I'm not 100% sure how things went. I just know that Team Night was definitely the popular pick. So a little worried about our standings, but now is the best time of any to see how well we did in this latest SpringFest here in Splatoon 3. Alright, listen up. It's going down. We're up in Splatlands. We're deep cut. You know the drill. We've been here for almost 3 years at this point for these said Splatfests. So let's find out what exactly happened here at the very end. All the presses. Here are our results. Let's do it. Let's find out who won. We already know the first result going into the said event. The sneak peek went to Team Night. So we were already leading the charge for one of these said categories. Now for the votes. I'm very certain I know that the popular side was Team Night. By how much? Oh, let's find out. Here we go. Wow. 14, 16, and 68%. The other two teams were not even close to Team Night. That is insane of a margin. So now, next up is the clout check. So what team won the most categories? And that is very surprising. We won 2 of the 3 categories, the open and the tricolor. Team Morning won the promo, but other than that, we pretty much took every category. Wow, okay. So I already know what the final results are based on how everything just went. But let's spell it out. Team Night won everything but one specific category. Therefore, we won the entire event. There's no time like nighttime. What a thing to wake up to. How did we oversleep? Thanks, Team Night. You held out no matter how dark it seemed. Team Morning showed up bright and early for all the good it did. Thanks to everyone on Team Afternoon for trying so hard on my behalf. Did Team Night ever sleep? It seemed like they were winning at every time of the day. I liked it better when the thing that they were so productive at, wasn't destroying us. Looking forward to our next music practice being a night session. Oh, that does leave our afternoon free. I've been itching to go bowling like we used to. Why not hit up the lanes before practice? That sounds fantastic. I've been needing to get a bit more exercise lately. Though it would be a conflict with that new shark documentary I wanted to see. Why not do both? We have all day for nightfalls. Big man, didn't you want a new spring coat? They might run out of stock soon. Oh, you remember me saying that? Okay, so bowling in the morning, moving in the afternoon, and then shopping at night. Hey, it works for me. Sounds like a plan. Though, aren't we forgetting something important? That'd be fine. They don't need to record music. They're fine. Just play their songs on loop. I got plenty of songs to work with for the backlog. So yeah, that was a very surprising result. I knew we were going to be the popular team, but over 68%? Yeah, the other two just basically didn't exist at all. So yikes! Not to mention we won basically every category. That's another shocker. Normally when you have a bunch of mirror matches, that usually means you don't participate too much in the actual event. So it's hard to really gauge how much you're actually contributing to the overall standings. But it seemed like Team Knight, whenever they were fighting the other two sides, were winning constantly. So I'll take my 24 snails for being a winner. Let's go, Team Knight. Our Night Owls, we all were victorious. Good battle, everybody. Now I'm tired. We need to go to bed. We stayed up all night, now to sleep away today. So, yeah, that was a interesting event. I will say, just like always, the constant mirror matches are the biggest disappointment with an event like this. Like, seriously, man, just constant mirrors throughout the entire night. That's no fun. And that's the thing I've said many different times throughout all the different Splatfests here in Splatoon 3. Like, this has been a common statement for a lot of the Splatfests in this game specifically. They just constantly seem to have a problem with constant mirror matches over and over and over again, because you're constantly having one team that is always the popular pick. I feel bad that almost every single time I pick a team, it happens to be the popular pick, which I feel bad for all my friends who usually just pick the team I'm on to play. It just always seems to be the case that I like to pick the teams that everyone else seems to like, and not even trying to do that on purpose. I'm just a very basic person, I guess, liking a lot of the same things that other people like. But yeah, it's another unfortunate situation that a majority of the players picked one side, no matter what region you were playing in. It seemed like Team Knight was just the dominant force, and the other two teams were barely even picked. So, not a great situation. I say this every single time. I really just hope that gets resolved at some point. Probably in a future game. Not anytime soon, Splatoon 3, sadly. But still a fun event, especially for my sake when I haven't played in a couple weeks at this point. Been more on the back burner. Just not really playing Splatoon 3 as much since I've been playing more stuff instead. So, it's, even though I had constant mirrors, it was still a fun event just to kind of jump back into Splatoon again, just kind of hang out with people and chat and just have a good old time. So, still a fun event. Just wish for once we would have a Splatfest that wasn't constant mirror matches all the time. That'd be great. But that is going to do it for the set results section here of this Splatfest. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead, go back into the past, and end things proper. Okay, I like how I muted the Discord channel for a quick second so I can just, like, do my little thing for the pod later. And I come back and I just hear the beard scratch. It's like, nope, that's cutting into that part now. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's like, what about that? Okay, meanwhile. What a way to come back, huh? But no, even though we were stuck in a lot of mirror matches, I still enjoyed time tonight. It's because I haven't played this in so long. It was just fun to play it again, but also just the conversations were fun in general. Yeah, and that's always what makes these specific multiplayer streams always fun to look forward to, just the conversations.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, it was nice to play.
They don't even play the game, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you fight your own teammates, you kind of go on autopilot.
It was nice just to play the game again. I haven't played it in good Lord knows how long.
Yeah, probably since the last Satchel event, so it was like beginning of the year. So I think you joined me for the beginning year's Splatfest, if that.
Yeah.
And that was like January. But I say, we only got like, realistically, I would say one more of these special event ones before we're probably just going back to repeats fully. Because I'm surprised we're still getting new ones, as I mentioned before, for these seasonal events. But we know for a fact there's going to be one more with the Summerfest that's probably new, based on the track record we've got so far with the other 3 season events. But if there's going to be a repeat in the middle, yeah, I'm good. I'll just play it at my own time, and that's it. That's what I'm doing going forward after this game is done. But one more of these sessions at the very least, I know that for sure. Can I actually say that for real this time, or am I stuck at the Splatoon dungeon still? I don't know. I hope the answer is not. But either way, this was a lot of fun. So again, yeah, thanks Matt for joining in, playing tonight. Thanks Amber for jumping in later with the conversation too, because it also added to the fun.
Yeah.
But no, that's pretty much it. I don't really have too much else to say. I guess a little bit of my own housekeeping is I would hit the command on the chat, but it'll just pull up the YouTube stream. So I'll just point out the Maverick Hunter X stuff is going up currently from the hard mode stream I did a few weeks ago on the YouTube side. So next week we're finishing up the X side of that, and then hopefully not too long after, because I still gotta work on the videos, but my plan is right after X, we're gonna start the Vile stuff. So that's just gonna conclude at least everything I have to cover with the Maverick Hunter stuff to fully complete that series. No reason to go back. Please. I committed my year-long journey, so please. It'll be going on 9 years by the time it's done. So see that series if you want, and I can actually hit the button at least for the Pure League one, because that, I know, actually was going on. I'll just do it on the Twitch side, because I know his Nightbot just basically doesn't work on YouTube anymore. Don't know why. So I'll just do it for the Twitch side only. Well, yeah, it's not going to show the one I put up yesterday. How dare us put up more content? Now we can't show the other video I was going to link to. How dare us? But check out the Sonic Unleashed video from yesterday we put up on the O.R.C.A League. And then while you're at it, check out the Use Your Words that's been going on throughout the weekends. They're fun old times. A little behind the scenes. You know when we finished recording our session last week for stuff? Yeah, I jumped on and did the Sonic Unleashed thing so I can push myself to edit. And then I proceeded not to edit. So, it was a great idea, wasn't it? So, yeah, a little behind the scenes. That happened really fast. You can literally hear my explanation near the end. It's like, I just kind of felt like doing this. That was why the video existed. So, there's that. Literally, some of those mods I was downloading mid-recording session. I'm not kidding. So, that's how last minute that was. Oh yeah, that's it. Go check it out if you haven't seen it already. There's that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. More of a normal stream schedule coming into this upcoming week. Although I'm going to be making an alteration to the schedule soon enough. Maybe not this upcoming week, but probably by the end of the month. And I'll elaborate on it when I'm ready to share those details, because I'm still working on some stuff. But other than that, that's all I got. If you guys have anything you want to say before we end it, now's your time. If not,
Amber, do you have anything?
I can't really say what's going on with my end on stuff. Just been releasing videos when I can. I want to get back to streaming, but there's just been a lot of personal life stuff going on that I can't right now. So
yeah,
don't really want to talk about that, obviously. So
yeah, we're going strong with the content though, from what I've watched.
Yeah, I mean, I've had like backlogs of videos for weeks, and I finally got to start releasing those. That's what those videos are now. So, but yeah, I always have my Discord server. I try to post on it and keep people up to date about what's going on. So I'll definitely be posting when I'm ready to come back to streaming. But other than that, just keep watching the videos, I guess.
As for me, hopefully I can get some more of my Sonic Origins playthrough up this week. I gotta record. I haven't recorded yet this weekend.
Apologies for apparently keeping you later now, so it's going to make that recording session a little later.
Nah, it's alright. I'm probably going to wait until tomorrow and do it at this rate.
Yeah, that's
No, he's not.
Also fair.
I know him, he's not.
Yeah, I'll probably do it tomorrow, but yeah, hopefully I'll get Sonic Origins up for Tuesday and Thursday. I'm going to try to stream again next week. More Pikmin 2. Yeah, it's just been a kind of rough month. That's why I haven't been streaming on Saturdays. So, yeah, we'll try to return to Pikmin 2 next week. So,
yep, that sounds good. I'm looking forward to it for that reason. That's been a very interesting series so far. Only one session in, I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be a real fun one. So, I definitely recommend that one. Do we have the buttons? Yeah, I got some channel commands. I can only do these. Specifically, I don't know if it... Okay, well, the bot's falling asleep again, so just... Sure, just go click on the individual links at this point. That's about it. Because it won't work. Fun. Definitely gonna have to teach that bot some lessons. But, yeah, that's gonna do it. So, again, thanks to everyone who came out. This was a fun one. Definitely put in a lot of work. Mostly got someone else the ruler, and it got myself there. It was worth it. Probably one more of these Splatfest left, and then retiring the Splatfest for Splatoon 3, I would imagine, as a series, because we'll be done. With that said, that's it for tonight's stream. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and see you guys next time. Take care and have a good night, everybody.
And everyone.
Bye, guys.